Back in the evening, and just like I was to say. There we go. Get my hat. Can't need that. There we go. That's so good. That's good. Alright. Fuck. What? Piece of hair? Yeah. Okadoke. Ba-dum-ba. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Little thing, I went to the dispensary and apparently there's like a little mystery. You get a free pipe. That's a mystery pipe for every half ounce, so got a free pipe. That's nice and fancy. A little fancy nice right there. I like that. I like myself a nice little free pipe. Can't go wrong with that. What does it look like anyway? They even bought it to check it out. Due to the smallest Freemason God event, allow me to annex my faction members in the Night Federation. Cool. Well, isn't that already an ability in the initial game? Oh. Wait. Oh, there's two of them in here. Oh, I got two free pipes. Got a yellow one and a black one. That's pretty dope. Cool. Might just give one of these to my friends and just keep the other one. I might keep this one. I'll put that right there. Oh, you know what? I have an excellent spot where I could put these, actually. Nice peeps, I know, right? I'm gonna stick these on my top shelf of where my like gun stuff is, because I just kind of realized that's a nice little spot. I can stash them at in the meantime. At least they're safe like that. They'll be safe in there. Oh, Zukov, sweet baby. Why must it be all my way? Oh shit, my drink crushed this lemon cake. Zukov, do you have to like stiff or stuff your schnauz into every damn thing? Up. Up. Up, up. Up, Zukov. Up. Get. Jump. Up. Up. Come on. Up. Stand up. That boy. There you go. Yo, Doc and I see his shiver escalated today. I know. I just haven't decided to share anything with the group chat at all today. I decided for probably just my own best interests, to just do that instead. And just kind of, just kind of keep tabs on my own self. Just keep tabs just for myself. Cruise missile? Wait, so did they actually cruise missile it, or was there just like side fire that happened while trying to secure the plant? Because from my understanding, it's like there was mixed confrontations and back and forth firefighting, and then at this point, due to the fact that it being a nuclear plant, there is very strong likelihood of radioactive waste and contamination happening, and some of it got damaged. Though when I was looking in so far, it looks like there isn't any like radioactive contamination so far, like in the air. So it's not necessarily good, but it's also not necessarily bad so far, from what I understand. I mean, obviously things change. This is just from what I last heard, which is about like an hour or so ago. So again, things have probably changed, and more updates have probably come from that sense. It's true some people want NATO preemptively intervene, even though that would probably cause further damage to a nuclear plant. Yeah, honestly, like there's just like fucking garbage fucking takes galore, and honestly, it's just like unless you have like this bloodlust urge about like fucking the Russians up and shit, you're pretty much like the equivalent of basically being on their side or fucking just like somehow not being nuanced or fucking having a just some stupid shit. I mean, it's just like. I mean, it's just really starting to piss me off, honestly, at this point. Honestly, like some of like Logan's takes are honestly just getting stupid too. Like he was saying, it's like it's like these like with the whole like POWs being executed, which in itself is a fucking war crime. And it's just like, oh well, those aren't actual Russian soldiers; those are artillery soldiers. Like there's supposed to be a fucking difference in it. But it's just like it's like, I mean, so many people don't give a fuck, and they just want to see more blood and more war. It's like we have not evolved from our fucking ape-like mentalities and shit, but I guess that's offensive, so I better be careful. Even though it's true. It's like, even though we're capable and have, in many ways, evolved away from our shaved ape, tribalistic, violent bloodlust urges and shit, we still can't fucking get away from it. It's just like, good lord. It's like, whatever happened to be so, like, anti-war and, being principled for being pro-humanity. That includes, even taking the perspectives of the poor, sad bastards that are being forced, be pushed into this, type of war. Because they're the ones that especially have to suffer for it. Does need to intervene if Russia causes a Chernobyl type disaster that's clear act war against all the rest of Europe. I mean, a Chernobyl like disaster, I mean, that shit is, gonna, I mean, hopefully not. From my understanding is, like, when there were some battle plans that were leaked about it, like, they had on their maps, like, here's where you don't hit, here's where it's okay, when it comes to, going back and forth and fighting and shit. So, at least so far, it seems like damage is minor and pretty minimal, and all we can say is just hope it stays like that, I guess. Because I know the one reactor that I think was hit and had a fire was one that was under construction, so it wasn't even operational yet. I mean, but that doesn't mean that there could be nuclear, like, stuff in there already kind of getting ready to be set up and shit as it's being constructed, but still, it's like... we're staring down a barrel of World War III and all levels of government is failing us. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, it's just like, what good does it... honestly, for me, especially for, like, being an anti-war leftist, like, what good does it, to demonize, the soldiers, of this fucking war and shit, on top of demonizing, the people of this shit. Demonize the fucking government and Putin and those motherfuckers. I mean, it's just like... I mean, because this shit's fucked. I mean, it's getting more and more fucked as it keeps going on. And honestly, at this point, it just seems like it's either like a lot of people who are just pro-NATO and pro-US/West narrative, or just pro-Putin narrative. At this point, it's just like one or the other. Firing on nuclear power plants like stuff to begin with, just 100%. All Russia de-escalate at this point. Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, when it comes to, like, territorial gains and moving troops in an area and occupying territory and shit, I mean, by proxy, there are going to be areas of combat where it's probably not exactly acceptable to have, but when shit happens, keep it minimal as fuck. I mean, honestly, that's why in Chernobyl, when they went through there, that's why there was some back and forth, but they were doing things like kind of trying to keep the Chernobyl workers and shit like hostage in a sense, to let them keep working and maintain the shit, despite the fucking contaminations and shit, because I don't even know if it's been confirmed who accidentally fucking released some contamination at Chernobyl, because there was like during the back and forth there, some of the nuclear waste containment got hit by an artillery strike, but I don't think that's actually ever been confirmed back and forth yet, because Chernobyl right now has pretty much been dark since it's been captured. There hasn't really been much information coming out of it, aside from, some radiation levels and stuff being actually scrubbed. Like, there was actually a point where they straight up got scrubbed. Like, there's I think through February, 24th to the 28th, they were just, they're just gone. And that was also when it slowly had a spike, too, and then started to kind of go down, but in between that time, it's just suddenly scrubbed. It's a little odd. So... I mean, methinks, it just seems like a little coincidental, I don't know. I just find, like, pretty much 99% of people's fucking perspectives on this shit pretty unacceptable, pretty, like, audacious, at least. Spike for terminals from ground level radiation, not damage to containment. This is a bigger deal. Firing directly on an active nuclear power plant. It's pretty fucking major escalation. Yeah. Yeah, because from what I understand, at least for the Chernobyl incident, at the very beginning, it wasn't due to, like, an actual, like, containment zone or the reactors themselves getting hit, but due to just stirring up of the, you know, debris and the dust and the area in general, of all the fucking movement and artillery striking and shit. But yeah, this is definitely a different scenario. Because, I mean, I don't know if anyone knows where it's at, but I can actually pull up on the live UA map and show where it's at. And honestly, it explains why it's kind of a major escalatory thing so far. Because there's been kind of a back and forth in the sense of the counteroffensive and offensives in the scenario at this point. Like the southern task forces that are coming out of Crimea are making a lot more advances and don't suffer from this demoralization and lack of organization and logistics as much in comparison towards the northern and eastern troops. And motherfucking ads. Shut up, ad. Okay. But also, from what I understand, they're also regaining territory, and over here, actually, it looks like there's been updates. Fighting at Bucha and on the outskirts of Warsaw. Let's be going on for more 6 hours. Military. Oh, so they regained it. So they're so Ukrainian forces are making a counteroffensive on this road. It looks like. So, all in all, I mean, if anything, Ukrainian forces have been making counteroffensives. However, in the south, though, it's been quite the opposite. Like, here's Kherson, which has recently been captured. And the dam that we're all knowing and loving right now is over here. Right here. This is a nuclear power plant. Enerhodar. So, it's right across the river from Nikopol. And if you go up a little bit, there's Zaporizhzhia. And if you go up a little further, there's Dnipro. And if you go up just a little further, you'll get to Kiev. Right here. So, they're trying to essentially, like, kind of secure the southern area so they can at least start capturing these bridges and shit, from my understanding. And I'm assuming also Zaporizhzhia, so they at least have 2 points from here and there to start moving towards Odessa and towards the north, towards Kiev. That's just my guess. And then they're also doing so to move towards the east, towards Mariupol. So, partial one reactor that is down for maintenance. I thought it was under construction. Well, maybe there's also one down for maintenance, I don't know. I understand that there's like one reactor that was under construction though. Maybe the power plant was also on fire afterwards. We have a code. Yeah. For no fucking reason. Well, it's not inherently for no reason. Like, when it comes to war and shit, when it comes to trying to maximize the potentiality of the enemy surrendering, one element is to take their energy as one element of it, and having some control of their energy grid. I mean, it's not necessarily for no reason, so to speak. I mean, does it justify it? No. Not saying that. But I wouldn't necessarily say it's for just no reason. Because I do think this nuclear power plant takes about 25% of Ukrainians' energy grid. The fuck over Russia also. Well, yeah, meltdown. Like, they're like, the whole point of trying to capture it is not to actually like try to take it down and, you know, bring it on fire. But when it comes to war and shit, that's just gonna happen. Like, I don't think, you know, people, you know, when they see these guys trying to advance on it, consider that, or maybe defending it either. I mean, because like, yeah, if you're fighting at a power plant of just any kind, chances are that power plant is going to get fucked up, and that's going to do mass damage, not just to the region, but also probably, depending on what it is, even more so. I mean, especially if it's a nuclear power plant. Or a dam, too. Because I know it's been unconfirmed, but there's been, rumors about, in the very early beginnings about potentially blowing this dam up here. But that hasn't happened, and honestly, it just seems like that was more of a scaremongering attempt more than anything, it seemed like, because that would have happened by now. Because it would have flooded, because let's say, that dam gets blown, as you could tell, there's a lot of rivers and, little watersheds and shit in Kiev, it looks like, as, got these little creeks and shit. All that just get flooded. Like, these little areas right here just get flooded to shit. So, I mean, it'd be really hard to defend that. A deal where a neutral third party comes in and takes control of all 13 Ukrainian nuclear plants in Chernobyl. Switzerland, yeah. I mean, have the IAEA as well be a part of this. And just, have a joint cooperation of hey, Ukraine and Russians, in these zones are under immediate ceasefire and cannot do shit. It's if you happen to be in our, nuclear power plant regions, the 15 that are here, you can't shoot at each other. I mean, there should at least be some sort of at least a basic agreement. At least, something. Let's just not have this, be an excuse or a justification for Ukraine to start, doing their own shit. Because the thing about their special operational forces come out and openly stating that they're willing to execute POWs based on what role they're playing in their battalion and shit is pretty fucking damning in my mind. It's it doesn't mean that, Russia's suddenly on the good or whatever, because, obviously, most certainly they not. But it's that doesn't have carte blanche for, one side to, let them do a couple war crimes too. It's I mean, it's this is why, I'm just, just anti-war from the get-go of this type of shit, because, once, once you have a war, suddenly both sides are going to start justifying why they're doing certain shit up and, and including war crimes. I mean, so it's I mean, it's also why I don't necessarily I'm saying with the Ukraine as a state, but just as a people. POW would be sent to Poland or another third country. They should. I mean, honestly, they should be sent into a neutral territory. It's all right, all POWs will be sent to a neutral territory, and they'll be able to be taken care of from there, and they can go back to their homes from there as well. Ideally, yeah. But also, ideally, and one that actually can be controlled, they shouldn't be fucking executed. They shouldn't be put up against a fucking wall and shot. Civilians under severe threat. I do too. I mean, at the same time, I also care about humanity as well. And especially if, someone wants a POW and already surrendered or turned their arms over, they shouldn't be killed. I mean, obviously, when it comes to a combat zone, that's, one thing. Exchange trial. What, some random conscript boy that literally was lied to? Send the fucking Russian high command to the fucking Hague. These fucking conscript boys and shit who were literally lied to and didn't even realize they were being sent into this fucking shit. It's I ain't gonna go delve down into that dehumanization shit, where it's just oh, they're just the same as, these fucking, high command dudes who are commanding them in this shit. As our battalion needs to be abolished, they shouldn't exist. Yeah. Those, and they definitely shouldn't. None of these type of fucking things should be happening back and forth. It just is that there are so many people who are willing to just excuse and justify this type of shit, when it comes to this. They're firing civilians, email accountable. Yeah. There are, yeah, that's one thing that, I try to emphasize, there's also, elements on the Ukrainian side that are doing similar shit. I mean, not necessarily, bombing out, villages and shit, though there also has been stuff, throughout, kind of the lost Donbass region, or Donbass region that has seen similar accounts as well, which, especially if they're in like Luhansk or Donetsk and shit, chances are they're probably by the Ukrainian forces there. And it's just like, those motherfuckers need to be, standing trial for this type of shit, especially when they're fucking bloodthirsty, fucking Nazistic, nationalists. Or like the fucking Chechens, like the fucking hyper, like, anti-gay genocidal son of a bitch. Fires on civilians. I mean, like, for at least when it comes to the Russian side, like, yeah. I mean, when you have people who are obviously overtly doing that shit, I'm not specifically talking about them, but when it comes down to like these POWs who surrender or get routed and get caught later down the line because they're hiding in the bushes or some shit or hiding in the house. I mean, it's like that's a different story because at that point, it's like what harm are they going to do when they're hiding in a bush or hiding somewhere because they got routed? Because I just seen like too many of these videos of these like Russian POWs who are saying that they've been fucking lied to and fucking told they were having exercises or even like sent out last second without any warning and all this other shit. And oh my god, another ad, are you kidding me? I wasn't even doing anything. But it's just like, I mean, Senator Haig, yeah. And honestly, at least then they can say that, they can actually say their piece there and say their case. And then honestly, I think all these fucking Russian soldiers, especially the ones that are being captured, do. Because then it'll, because all it does is, point it to the real fucking criminals and the real fascists that are doing this shit. And Russian High Command and their fucking lapdogs under Putin. They're the ones that are truly committing this type of fucking atrocities. Molotov or whatever. I mean, there has been a lot of troops that have been doing that. I mean, hell, whenever Ukrainian forces push up on some of these Russian troops and shit as they're moving along, some of them just straight up surrender before even firing a shot. Hell, there's been even civilians that have been doing that too. I mean, it's like, it's already been happening. I mean, that's honestly, and one thing that a lot of Western media doesn't mention about is that there are troops, even on the fucking, like, on the other side of the border, near these, like, little, like, these dot areas, like, these deployment areas. Like, there's even been some reports in some of these deployment areas of troops revolting and shit. I mean, it's like, but I never hear a peep about that, amongst Western media aside from maybe once or twice. But it's like if it's happening just once or twice, I mean, how many times is it really happening? Especially if it's going on the Russian side of things, they're definitely going to be hush and hum about it. They don't want people knowing that their, troops are, not exactly gung-ho about this. I mean, that's why they've been sending in a lot of different groups like the Chechens and, like paratroopers and some of the more special forces and shit, because they don't necessarily have as much of a problem when it comes to demoralization. It doesn't really help because the Chechens got smacked and a lot of their paratroopers keep getting fucked anyway. So, even then, they're still going to suffer from that too. I mean, also, it looked like, well, when was that last? Yeah, about like 30 minutes ago, they recame to a village, northwest of Kiev. Like, if anything, like, Ukrainians have been making a counteroffensive, at least in the Kievian region over here. You're excited on that? I do. I do indeed. I'm actually figuring out if I work on the 8th, because that's when I need to go vote for the new contract that our union settled with and agreed to, and see what that's all about. And I have to go all the way to goddamn fucking Tiger to do it. Like, ugh. World's a bad place for the loss of that Chechen general, purge LGBT people. Yeah, like, I will say, like, when it comes to certain characters or certain people in this fucking war, I'm not gonna fucking cry a tear of them dying. Like, that Chechen general who literally, like, purged, executing, torturing, and exiling LGBT people in the Chechen region. Fuck that guy, yeah. And honestly, yeah, I hope he died slow as far as I give a fuck. Like, fuck him. Like, he wants to see me tortured and killed. So why should I fucking, cry tears for that guy? Like, there's definitely elements about this type of shit. Like I've said about the Azov battalion. I could care less if, out in Mariupol, like, fucking, Donetsk fucking separatists, found them and killed them too. Like, oh no, Crimea River. It's just like, like, honestly, at the end of the day, there will be, elements, but I ain't gonna fucking be all, like, absolutely gun-ho, unless there's shit, some actual confirmation about shit. But when it comes to, like, POWs or just the average conscript on the ground and shit, I mean, that's, as far as I'm concerned, a different story. Because there's just too many fucking videos for me to be like, oh yeah, fuck them too. Of them, saying they've been lied and not even their fucking parents knew about it, or, like, their families knew about this shit. Where it's like, because there's been a few videos of POWs calling their parents or calling their moms and being like, and mom saying like, you wait, what? Like, wait, this is what they were doing? Like, no one over here ever knew about that until, like, the news of the invasion happened or whatever. It's like, I didn't know you were there, what the hell? Like, shit like that. So it just obviously shows, on this whole front who the victim is too in this case, at least on the Russian perspective. Because, I mean, the Russian people, including these fucking conscript boys, are a victim of their fucking fascistic government doing this too. I mean, and, as more and more of them start protesting and start, turning their arms down and shit, like, the more and more that it should be highlighted, especially internationally, because including to any Russians that might hear that shit, it will just show that, like, hey, we're not being utterly fucking demonized because of our piece of shit, fascist, leader. Like, I mean, people actually are kind of caring about us a little bit too. Because, this motherfucker's a tyrant, so it's like, I mean, really my frustration is that, there's kind of like, just kind of a lack of, of a sense of empathy about, about just, kind of just the average person in this case, when it comes to, like, any and all sides of it, just the average humanity of it. Because, I mean, no one benefits from this. Just, not the Russian conscripts, not these fucking, Ukrainians at all. For sure, they definitely don't. I mean, not the Russian people. Obviously not Europe. No one benefits this besides from a very select few. And they happen to be a bunch of imperialist, war profiteering mafioso oligarchs and shit, but they also happen to be owning the Russian state. So, it's like, I mean, fundamentally, that's where the fucking, energy needs to be just pointed to through and through every step of the way. For a military versus a smaller country. I'm not saying like the military force in it itself. Like 80% of the Russian military are forced conscripts, like people who are forced into mandatory service or they face like legal repercussions. Like, and a lot of these type of people legit have no fucking choice in the matter. I mean, like, those are the specific people I'm talking about. Like, just the military force in itself, like, yeah. Like, that's what I'm talking about when it comes to the Russian command and the fucking, like, the actual, like, military, like, task force specifically and shit. Yeah, that, I mean, fuck that. Like, to me, there's a difference. Because a lot of, a lot of those type of fucking conscripts and shit were just probably average little, like, blue-collar stiffs too, just like you and me. But we're like, hey, you're forced to the mandate. It's now your time to serve. Serve your country, comrade. And all, getting those messages and shit. Then get like a month of training, then, oh, you get a military exercise. So guess what? You're on the front lines now, bitch. Fight or get shot. So basically, get shot or get shot. Good luck, Ivan. It's like, I mean, at least, when it comes to a lot of them, and yeah, there's definitely going to be, a good chunk of some of those type of people that are like, oh, yay, we're actually getting the fight now. Like, I mean, same thing would happen in 03. Like, there was plenty of fucking American troops that are like, oh yeah, I get to kill some of these motherfuckers and shit. Like, there's definitely going to be the same elements. And fuck them too. It's like you'll have, like, the Russian versions of Chris Kyle out there, fucking, trying to take their shots. And fuck him. Just much as fuck Chris Kyle, for the for over here. I mean, it's just like, like at least on a more, broader level when it comes to that, I mean, that's where it lies towards. I mean, at least when it comes down to, the Russian high command, these motherfuckers that legit have, like, this, lust and, like, fervor for this war and shit. And there are people on the, who have boots on the ground that are, feeling these type of, mentalities and want to enact further in this type of shit. Because there's, like, on both sides too. Like, there's back and forth videos, from, like, Ukrainians from the east and shit, and Russians from all dotted throughout, where, there's definitely been, like, civilians that are terrorized, humiliated, POWs that get humiliated and shit. All sorts of fucking shit that shouldn't be happening. And fuck those people that are doing that type of shit to those people. Like, fuck them. I mean, I can, at least, at the end of the day, I'll look at, those type of people and say fuck them, but, at a general level, look at, these, average people stuck in the muck of it all, and just be, and can't help but feel sorry for them. Because, like, I mean, because honestly, at the end of the day, what business do they have to be there, and what business do they have to be forcibly conscripted? Like, why is that still a fucking thing anywhere? Yeah, you're forced into service. You have to. It's like, what? It's like, why is that still a fucking thing? Like, just anywhere. I mean, I guess that's, like, one good thing about America, that it's not a fucking mandate. But, still, like, why? Like, why should anyone have to, why should that be, like, some sort of requirement as a citizen of a country to be, like, forcibly conscripted into the military for however many years? Like, even in, like, a lot of Western European countries is like that. Like, you have mandatory service for, like, 2 years or some shit. It's like, unless you have, like, exemptions to shit, like medical exemptions and shit like that, like, you just straight up don't got a choice. And it's like, why? Like, why should I? Just if you look up the boo just right, you can see Zelda X is also reflected on it. Yeah. I mean, for real though, right? Honestly, like, it just wants to, like, prove my, like, my point that, I do really, empathize, especially, truly about the Ukrainians on this, because they're the ones who, suffer under the most. And Zelensky's honestly been, like, a really good symbol of their strength of, holding the line and, standing against, like, all odds, so to speak, at their darkest hour type of shit. Almost like some, almost like some Churchill shit a little bit. I mean, at least, without baggage. His baggage is not much. Like, there was, like, some money laundering thing, like, back in the mid-2010s or some shit, like, or 2013, 2012, or whatever the fuck. But even then, it's not even, like, remotely close in comparison to, like, money laundering shit that happens in the U.S., so it's like, I mean, it's like, it's still not good, but, I mean, like, it's only the real biggest dirt I could ever find on him was just, like, a tiny little money laundering scheme or something. With, like, one of his companies or some shit. And he's openly stated that it wasn't a money laundering scheme, and it was, then there was actual, like, reason for it, but, I mean, I forgot what, specifically, but, I mean, still a little sussy, but it's like, I mean, that's honestly the only thing I could really find off of him. Like, there's, like, I think one or two other things, but again, like, I mean, the dude doesn't really got that much baggage. I mean, again, he has a little bit, and I'm sure, politically he's got some flaws. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of flaws. Like, here, I could look up his Wikipedia, because he's actually pretty based on some issues. Like, he is for medicinal marijuana. And if that's the case, then you know damn well he smokes weed, bro. You know that guy be smoking some blunts. Here, I'm just gonna be on. Oh, Voldemir. Okay. Even his first name is pretty badass, dude. Voldemir, dude. That's actually a pretty badass name. He's got a cool name, honestly. If I see one more comment say what Putin's doing is fine because America's bad, I'm gonna scream. I think there was one in here earlier, like on the last stream, who found me from Twitch. And I honestly want to have a conversation with that guy a little bit about that. Because, I mean, it's just like, I, like, I don't agree at all with, like, the whole, like, Russian governmental perspective about this. I only agree with, like, the empathy of the Russian civilian and the fucking people that are forcing the muck of it all. I mean, you know, it's like, that's about it. So, I mean, you know, it shouldn't be happening in the first place. This guy's got, like, some suave, honestly, dude. What the fuck? Like, what's this, like, sexy, suave pose you're doing, bro? Like, you don't got a right to do that. You don't got a right to be, like, doing that, dude. Like, what the hell? Anyway, political views. Zelensky says president would develop the economy and attract investment through Ukraine, to Ukraine through a restart of the judicial system. It seems pretty vague, but I mean that's good. I mean, a restart of the judicial system, I would assume it's like we're going to try to refurbish and reform our judicial system to help, you know, properly, you know, kind of get our economy back on track, on top of, you know, being a little bit more regulatory and, you know, just and shit when it comes to, like, you know, just our general economy and it getting rebuilt. So my assumption would be maybe like a Bernie-esque style, like, thing, but maybe not like Bernie, but, you know, kind of like the vibe a little bit, you know, at least kind of like that more populist vibe, you know, that is kind of a tinge to it, maybe. He also proposed a tax amnesty at a 5% flat tax for big business, which could increase in dialogue with them, and if everyone agrees. Well, that seems a little centristy-ish, you know, but, I mean, okay. I mean, see, you know, it's just like, he's got, like, some flaws, at least in my opinion, but whatever, you know, it's not like, I mean, you know, fundamentally, when it comes to, like, corporate schmucks, I mean, on the scale, like, when we got, like, America and how bad it is here in comparison to this guy, he sounds, like, amazing. So, honestly, I mean, like, he definitely would be better for president than Biden. Like, I'll just put it that way. Like, but according to Zelensky, if people would notice that his new government works honestly from the first day, they would start paying their taxes. Well, that seems like some wishful thinking, I guess. In a mid-June interview, stated that Zelensky has never promised to lower the communal tariffs, but that campaign video which Zelensky stated that the price of natural gas in Ukraine could fall to 20-30%. Maybe more if it was not direct promise, but actually half hinting and joking. Not only Zelensky's election manifesto mentioned tariffs only once, that money raised from capital amnesty would go towards lowering tariff burden on low-income citizens, which, that would be good. 2021, Zelensky submitted the Verkhovna Rada, a bill on prevention of threats on national security related to the excess influence of persons. So basically, you know, kind of crack down probably like Russian oligarchs and shit like that. Want to be out there mixing it up if his troops if America was invaded? Oh, fuck no. He'd be hiding out in the fucking White House bunker. Like, I mean, I do see the value of probably wanting to be there because a lot of, like, you know, the command center and comms and all that shit are probably there, but I'd fucking be like, yo, I want to see, like, some of these front lines. Give me a fucking private convoy up to, like, you know, fucking, like, battlefields out in New York, you know. Give me a convoy, you know, make it, you know, obscure looking, and don't tell anyone about it. I want to see. You know, let people know I'm there once I'm there, but, you know, don't tell anyone, you know, what convoy's going on and shit. Just make it look quiet. You know, mix it up as civilian vehicles and shit. Commandeer a couple civilian vehicles and we'll, you know, make our way. You know, we'll just look like civilians, you know, just, you know, making our way down a little bit or something, grabbing buddies or something, you know, like, we'll make it work. I mean, it's just like, because honestly, like, you know, say what you know, like I'm saying, say what you want about Zelensky, he's legitimately, like, you know, a leader who is willing to be at the front and, you know, see what's going on and actually, like, see his people and see how they're doing. As soldiers respect the leader who leads from the front. Exactly. Like, no one necessarily respects armchair generals. I mean, that's why they're kind of a joke and kind of a meme. You know, like, especially online. I mean, you know, because usually, like, frontline leaders and shit. I forgot what they're supposed to, what's it called? Armchair generals, and I think they're just called frontline generals. But I mean, there's a reason why frontline generals tend to get a lot more respect historically and contemporarily wise versus ones that are armchair generals. I mean, there really is a good reason for it. But Fernando, yeah, well, of course, blah blah blah. Where's the part where it was about his medicinal marijuana thing? Because I know I saw that. Oh, here it is. Zelensky supports the free distribution of medical cannabis, free abortion in Ukraine, and legalization of prostitution and gambling. He opposes the legalization of weapons, which I don't think you believe that anymore. Because you've been basically saying any Ukrainian who wants to fight, get a gun. So, I mean, that sounds like kind of the opposite now. Zelensky stated that April 2019 that, of course, he supports decommunization of Ukraine, but is not happy with its current form. Okay. In an interview with RBC Ukraine in April 2019, Zelensky said that OUMB leader Stefan Bandera, controversial figure, yeah, he's a fucking fascist, that's why. It was a hero for certain parts of Ukraine, and this is a normal, cool thing. He's one of those who defended the freedom of Ukraine, but I think when it comes... but I think that when we name so many streets, bridges by the same name, this is not quite right. In the same interview, Zelensky went to criticize the overuse tributes to Taras Shevchenko, a famous 19th century Ukrainian poet painter. Zelensky included, we must remember the heroes of today, heroes of the arts, heroes of literature, and simply heroes of Ukraine. Why don't we use their names, the names of the heroes? Well, you're about to have like a fuckload of them after the end of this war, buddy. You're about to be able to rename and build statues and do all sorts of shit, you know, like left and right. So let's, yeah. I mean, there's going to be a bridge that, like, whoever, like the soldier that blew himself up, that's destroying a bridge. That bridge, I absolutely guarantee you, is going to be renamed after that guy. Absolutely guarantee it. Like, there's going to be like a memorial on one end and maybe a plaque on the other. Well, there's going to be plaques on both sides, I guarantee. Like, it's going to, I already know that bridge is going to be named after the guy. It's already going to be named after it. Snake Island's probably going to have like a little memorial on it too now. Heard a ghost been busy annoying the Russians. Yeah, like, honestly, I mean, at this point, I'm pretty, like, 90% sure the guy's real. Like, I mean, because, like, there's been multiple, like, reports about him, multiple different officials coming out about the guy. It's, like, I mean, honestly, like, if it's not one person, it's at least, like, 2 or 3 dudes. Like, it's a squadron of guys at the very least. I mean... At the minimal, you know, it's just like, you know, there's no way, like, you know, it's just, you know, all fiction. Like, there's at least, you know, some truth to it. And I think, you know, my prediction is that it's between 1, 2, 3 guys, whoever they are, whoever it is, they sure know how to fucking fly, yeah, or whoever they are. I mean, again, I feel like there's 80% truth to it, but I think realistically, it might be, like, because the video of the, like, kind of early on in the war with the 2 Ukrainian MiG-29s flying overhead, one being a wingman flying a little bit more higher and one flying more low, like, I think those 2 might, you know, be kind of like the ghosts of Kiev there. It might be those 2 guys. So, realistically, I think, you know, because honestly, especially if you got more older aircraft, it's probably better to work as a team so no one-ups the other. So if it's like, hey, you got a Bango on your 6, I'm gonna cover him, and you know, have your wingman fly around a little bit, and then your you get the line up and shit while your wingman flies one way. I mean, you know, so it's a little bit more advantageous, you know, to have at least a pair. So I'm thinking, realistically, it's probably 2 dudes. I mean, it's also possibly one guy, but I'm thinking realistically it's probably 2 guys. But that's my guess. That's that's just my hypothesis. Because, I mean, considering the recognition and the confirmation over and over again I mean, it just feels like at this point that it's very likely that it's at least 1 to 3, but realistically, I'm thinking it's a pair. Imagine what Ghosts could do with a couple Raptors. I mean, seriously. I mean, if there was a way to get them over there, sure. And plus, Raptors, I think, are multi-purpose aircraft, too. They can also be strike planes as well, just like the MiG-29s, because MiG-29s are multi-role aircraft as well. They can carry rocket pods, gun pods, bombs, as much as air-to-air missiles, too. So, MiG-29s can pack a bit, like... I mean, honestly, I think there's something about this war as well that's kind of showing something about this more older, former Soviet tech, at least when it comes to aircraft, like the MiG-29. It's showing that the MiG-29 is still a formidable plane. It's still a formidable aircraft that, you know, still definitely has got life in it. I mean, all in all, like, legitimately, because... I mean, considering, like, how well they've been holding up in comparison to a lot of these more modern Russian aircraft that they've been going up against, like these Su-27s and all that shit. I mean, it's kind of showing, like, hey, I mean, modern tech looks nice and fancy and shit, but sometimes, old and reliable is best, honestly. I mean, there must be something about those MiG-29s. I mean, the Su-25 Frogfoots, too. There was a video of a Russian Su-25 that got hit, and it looked like it got hit pretty good, but it was still flying. And in fact, it did a strike run right after it got hit, and I'm just like, damn. Like, the Su-25s are like the IL-2 Stormviks of today. Like, holy shit. Russians A-10 right there. Like, I was actually like, holy fuck. They really are kind of like a tank. I've heard how they are, and I've heard about how they are pretty, reliable and pretty good planes and shit, but at least for me, that kind of proved it. It's like, damn. Like, it took a big explosion, like, right on its left side, like, near its tail section on one of its engines, but it still kept going. That's like, damn. Man, those Su-25s, I mean, don't fuck around with those. I mean, honestly, like, there's been some pretty skilled pilots on both sides. Like, there's been, like, Ka-52 helicopters, whenever they get taken down, like, a lot of them, when I see them go down, they look like they've been landed. Not, like, crashed, but just, like, kind of landed. I mean, it's just, like, honestly, all in all, on both sides, there's been skilled pilots. Like, both Air Forces, definitely got very skilled pilots, playing their roles and shit. I mean, I'll give them that. Of how well Ukraine is doing, I'm shocked with how much of the clusterfuck this... Yeah, I mean, I think it just shows that there's a lot of this mass, just like this like the massive, like, deorganization, like the clusterfuck of it all, just in general. I think that just, like, in the demoralization, I mean, it all, to me, just proves that, like, even to these fucking conscripts and shit that are being forced to fight, like, they don't want this shit. Like, there's been a lot of videos of, like, citizens even, convincing soldiers to turn back and shit or surrender. There's been, like, a lot of videos of fucking, like, just troops doing that or ambushing them, and then a lot of them routing and getting out of their armored vehicles and running away. Not even picking up guns and shit, just running. Like, I mean, it's like, because they don't want to, because they don't, like, no one wants to get shot for some fucking random fascist, tyrannical motherfuckers, weird blood and soil, grandeur bullshit. I mean, for real. I mean, it's like, yeah, you definitely got your forces in here that are, or else there, there wouldn't be, such heavy fighting in a lot of areas like in Kharkiv, and, in certain areas like in Kiev. But, I mean, hell, I think at this point, a lot of the northwestern offenses, like, they're starting to rout. Like, the Hostomel airport got recaptured, and actually I was confirmed that was a forward base of operations. Because when they had some videos of that circulating, there was, like, trucks, supplies, all sorts of shit. So it's like, yeah, I knew it. I figured it was. Because it would be easy. Because you got Mi-8s, you can land those, drop supplies off, fly off, and You know, you wouldn't necessarily be in direct fire of Ukrainian defense systems because it's in your turf and shit. You just have to kind of fly low once you get near the airport. And then, you know, you land, drop shit off, and fly low and fly out. So it's just like, to me, it was just obvious. If I was spending one, this meant to be over quick, I send my elite professional troops, not the conscripts. Yeah, honestly. Because at that point, then I definitely wouldn't necessarily be empathetic to these Russian troops. I mean, that's kind of the thing. Like, you know, I definitely got, you know, a line in the sand when it comes to my empathy on the soldiers on all sides on this. I have a line in the sand. But, I mean, you know, sometimes, you know, I mean, it's easy for me to, like, draw it and know where it is, but it's hard to explain it, you know, and, you know, because it's in such a gray area, I guess. Because having to explain, it's like having empathy for, you know, a lot of these conscripts and shit, but at the same time also explain that, you know, the people that are fucking, you know, terrorizing civilians and fucking bombing these, you know, and shooting at these residential areas and, like, and those motherfuckers and shit, like, yeah, fuck those guys, but, you know, it gets tiring. It's hard being anti-war and principled, being principled anti-war and shit, and, you know, having empathy for fellow man. It's hard. I mean, it really is. It doesn't really help me make friends. Wish it did. I mean, because fundamentally, there needs to be more talks of peace. Just across the board. I mean, it's just like, that doesn't mean we don't, you know, hold people accountable for their actions and their crimes and shit. But, I mean, what's better, escalate this shit or not? Well, I feel like we live in the dumbest timeline, because we are. Honestly, because we are. We were living in a pretty broken fucking timeline. And, I mean, I just, like, at least especially when it comes to America and a lot of the West and NATO and shit, I just wish they were a little bit more rational about it. It's like, we can't necessarily expect that much rationality from the Russian state, specifically. But, I mean, we can at least try to expect it from ourselves. It all started with Harambe. Oh my god. No, it didn't. But it did give me a good laugh. Oh my goodness. Oh, well, here's something as some hours ago. Top Russian general killed by Ukrainian sniper in major blow for Putin. In major blow for Putin. See, I'm okay with that. Like, top Russian general, one of these high command general motherfuckers that are, you know, ordering this shit. Yeah, fuck that guy. Yeah, fuck that, you know, general and shit. He's the one, you know, like, putting all these fucking, you know, soldiers in the muck of it all and fucking, you know, getting them killed for nothing. So, fuck that guy. But, like, when it comes to the generals and, like, the top lieutenants and the officer, you know, the high officers, you know, ordering this shit, you know, like, I don't necessarily have much sympathy for those guys. Like, that, yeah, that's kind of where my line in sand is, like, kind of, that's where, you know, there's a point where it stops and they're kind of, you know, on the other side of that. Was it the Reaper that got him? It just says Ukrainian sniper. During a special operation in Ukraine. So, it probably wasn't a Reaper, because I think the Reaper is in Kiev. And, I don't know, maybe. Oh, damn, here's a comment. That's honestly, you know, enforces my point a little. I'm Russian. I served in the Russian Army compulsory service for 11 years ago. For a year, 11 years ago. Soldiers sent to Ukraine are just regular guys who are forced to go to Ukraine without even knowing where they're going. They're also compulsory service mates who had no choice. Of course, they're all not motivated and scared. Speaking of training, in the Russian army, only special forces train very well on a daily basis. Most of the compulsory servicemen are just guys who can run and sometimes maybe have a shooting training, and most of them don't even have access to any kind of weapon, not even a knife. What type of fucking soldier doesn't even have access to a weapon and has daily training? They reserve that for their special forces. See, that's why they're, you know, for me, there's a line in the sand to their military forces as well. And honestly, I think shit like that, you know, kind of makes it a little enlightening as to why, you know, there is. That's why, you know, I'm specifically mentioning and emphasizing about conscripts, you know, not, you know, all these other, you know, forces and troops that are also in Ukraine as well. Like the Special Forces, the Chechens, and, you know, amongst others. Figured I'd at least give them a pistol, at the very least a pistol. Yeah, something to train on, at least on their own time. At least, you know, do, I imagine at least, at the very least, like, you know, weekly exercises of some sort. Like, weekly military exercises. I mean, if you're, like, I mean, I don't think it should be compulsory, but anybody who's in, like, the armed forces or in the military, I would at minimal, I would at least expect, if you're already in there and you've already been at the very least, you know, for basic training and all that shit, you know, and you're just kind of like on, you know, a home base, you know, like a, you know, like Fort Roberts or some shit, you know what I mean, or whatever the hell, you know, like here in America or some shit, like, you know, one of the different little home bases here. It's just like, at the very least, I think, you know, there'd be weekly, you know, like exercises, you know, weekly training, you know, like, you know, things, simulated battle exercises, you know, just things like this, you know, to at least have some basic, you know, training, you know, shit going on, and also have an excuse to use things like MREs and submunition, things like that, and actually let them get more experience about, you know, the equipment they're using and shit. I mean, you know, basically, you know, some war games, basically. I mean, honestly, it's like something. Because, one, it gets them trained. Two, more familiar with their weapons and their equipment. And three, more familiar with how to, you know, handle themselves out in, you know, in open environments and shit. And three, know better about military strategies and tactics. Like, it's just overall, like, you know, something you'd just expect a little bit. At the minimal, like, monthly. I mean, something. And let them have access to their service weapons. If on their off time they want to go to the shooting range and, you know, be, you know, familiarized with their weapons on their own time, I mean, you're a soldier. You should have access to that. Go up to the armor and be like, hey, I want to go to the shooting range for about an hour, get more familiar. Like, all right, here you go. Well, like, there shouldn't be any ifs, ands, and buts about it. Like, what, huh? I mean, especially if there's truth, you know, to that comment. I mean, it really is, honestly, fundamentally, more enlightening about, you know, what these conscripts, you know, are going through and shit. And yeah, it's a wonder why they're scared. Like, all these POWs, you know, I mean, there's a reason why there's been so many of them. Because, like, they're scared, don't want to get shot, and, you know, and just were probably, like, working on getting their, like, engineering job or fucking IT job or some shit, and then they got like a mail where it's like you have to, you know, report to this military office ASAP, you know, or like by this date or some shit. I mean, it's just like, you know, they're just forced out of their lives for like a year or two, and that year or two happened to be right, you know, during this war. We're certainly nowhere near as effective as the professional soldiers. I don't know why they still use them. I don't know why anyone uses them. Like, why is conscript still a fucking thing? Anywhere. There shouldn't be mandatory service anywhere. Like these fascist students in Texas. Wait, huh? Is Texas pulling to anti-trans again? Fuck fascist students in Texas shut down an anti-trans candidate. Oh. No, it's the opposite. Jeff Younger, a candidate for Texas House, who lost custody of his own transgender child. Oof. That's a oof. Was shouted that. Wow. I wonder why he lost custody. Was it because he was beating his kid a lot? Probably unironically, abusing his kid? Like, seriously. I mean, honestly, like, if, like, why is there anybody with a transgender child in Texas? Like, I remember on Onion Nuggets, the Patreon version for it this week, they were talking about, like, the anti-trans bill and shit. And Paul was saying, it's like, and I honestly agree, it's like, why in the fuck is anyone with a trans child in Texas? Or, like, moving there, or whatever the fuck? Like, why? No. Like, get away from there. Like, it's, I mean, honestly, like, and for the record, just like anyone with a child. Because, like, it's very likely that child will probably be queer. Like, because you can't fucking control that. Speed lost his marbles. They actually plan on sending people protesting the war into war. Is that true? How's that even gonna work? Let's send these people against the war into the war. They definitely are going to fight. Like, guess what they're gonna do? They're literally gonna go to the Ukrainians. Hey, do you want an extra gun? Here, instead of this weird white armband, can I have your yellow one? Like, if you've noticed, Ukrainian soldiers have these little yellow armbands, and Russian soldiers have, like, these white patches and armbands and stuff as a way to kind of identify each other. So it's just like, I mean, it's like, that's just exactly what the fuck is going to happen. Either that, they're going to turn down their weapon and be like, I was protesting, like, just, like, 5 days ago. So, here, do you want this? Here, extra ammunition, an extra bulletproof vest for you. How about that? Like, what? Like, what do you think they're gonna do? They literally are not even gonna bother putting the safety off of their gun, let alone shoot it. Like, what are we, like, what the fuck do you think those guys, like, those people who, like, are gonna do? Like, are we kidding me? Are we serious? Like, oh yeah, let's send these people who are anti-war into a war. They're definitely gonna fight. Get away from my regiment once I got there. Honestly, I bet that's the only way I could see it work. Is if they put these anti-war protesters and sprinkle them into different regiments. Because it would make it harder for them to sneak away. Like, that's the only way I can see it. Like, if you let them all be in their own squad or own regiment, they're literally are all just going to drop their guns and just, like, put on yellow armbands and just walk away. Like, there's, like, I mean, the only way is basically get the, regiments that are essentially the most, like, the stern and shit and most strict about, their troops or whatever the fuck, and just flop them in there. But even then, in the middle of the night, they're just going to sneak away. And I'm sure there's been, that going on already as it is. Because there's already been reports of this already. So it's just like, I get, yeah, Jesus Christ. First guy gets a gun, second guy gets ammo, so on. I think that's basically what they're doing. Russian lawmakers have introduced legislation that would conscript into the military anyone arrested for protesting against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Here's okay. There's an actual source. It's on Telegram. It's in it's either in Russian or Ukrainian. What the fuck? I wish there was a translate button for fucking Telegram. Fuck. Well. Anyone want to screen cap that and slowly but surely, like, get a Cyrillic keyboard and fucking translate that? Not sure about mobile. There, yeah, I don't think there's a way. That's all I, yeah. I don't think for mobile. But yeah, if I was on desktop, I could probably do that. Because then I could just, copy the actual text and then just copy and then paste it in, like, Translate or some shit. But, oh well. I put it up on screen. Maybe, someone else can figure that out for me. But I sure shit ain't gonna figure it out. At least not like this. Oh, yeah, whilst the phone was here, I should have asked him about his whole little, like, Walmart laptop thing. He said it was like a Squeaky Benjamin, which is 100, so it's like, I mean, if he's actually serious, I mean, for the fuck of it, at least, in the meantime, it'll actually kind of work out. Because then, maybe, we can do, like, little gaming streams, too. I mean, it probably won't be like, like high graphic type of games and shit, like DayZ or some shit, but it could be, we can at least probably get things like, like Hearts of Iron or some shit like that, or like Stellaris or something. They'll probably have loyal officers lead the penal brigades and shoot anyone who tries to desert. Oh, you know what? Dude, you know what's fucked up? There's like a fucking there's like different Russian Soviet units during World War II that were like this. I remember fucking there's a song. It's not by Sabaton, but it features Joachim Brodin from Sabaton. Here, let me see if I can find the name of the song. It's well, the name of the song is Lament for Soldiers' Glory, but the order for it was Order 227. So, just on this Order 227 established the creation of several penal battalions, Strafbats. So, Putin's Strafbats, which were placed at the most dangerous positions of the front lines. So, imagine where these penal battalions and penal brigades are going to be in. They're going to be in places like in Kharkiv and Kiev, Odessa, Mariupol. They're going to be in the most like hardest of the fronts as a way to punish them. See why I'm starting to have empathy for like a lot some of the people on the Russian side of this shit, like legitimately, like including the boots on the ground, because some of these people are going to be the same people we're like celebrating because they're protesting. Like a lot of these people are going to be the exact same motherfuckers now dying. It's like, I mean, and considering that Ukraine also has, like, the order to execute POWs who are, like, artillerymen and shit, if some of those are forced into, like, artilleryman positions and shit, it's like, are they going to be executed too? Despite, trying to protest this entire thing? Brutality, that's fine. Yeah. War's hell, as they say, right? But yeah, it also says those battalions consisted of soldiers accused of disciplinary problems and political prisoners from the Gulag labor camps. Being drafted into a penal battalion was a de facto death sentence for the 427,910 people convicted into penal units until 1945. So the song is by Desert, Limits for Soldiers' Glory, Order 227. It's actually a pretty awesome song. I would play it, but I don't want to get slapped. I don't want Wujiki slapping me. I guess I could play 5 seconds of it. Hold on. CD Baby? It's not Orchard Music, so that makes it a little better, I guess. The way I understand it, you were expected to die for the motherland. You were drafted into a penal brigade. Yeah. Oh shit. Here. Actually, kind of I'm skimming it a little bit. Here. We'll play these 5 seconds. One by one's battalion set to heaven. And then it's where was it? Given no chance, betrayed by the motherland. I mean, it's just like, isn't that a little reminiscent of something a little today now at this point? God damn, this song actually is a little poignant for today. Jesus, I didn't realize that this song actually it's a little meta now. Fuck. The last comment was from 10 months ago, so no one's actually made comments on it since this shit started about a week ago. So, but honestly, just that little hunk of lyrics alone already was just like, that's a little relatable today, especially if the news about these penal brigades, might be forming. Cause okay. The burning angle. I have so much respect for the incredibly brave people in Russia who are risking so much of being out in the streets protesting what their corrupt president is doing. Was that it? Is there no thread? I thought it looked like there was a thread to it. Okay. Oh wait, okay. There's actually a whole thing on it.
Brave people, often young people in Russia, who are out on the streets protesting against what their president is doing.
From Yekaterinburg to St. Petersburg.
Man. Honestly, bro, you wanna know what I feel like Bernie wants to say? I hope that the young people of Russia start a new revolution. Start the newest. Instead of the October revolutions, they shall now be the March revolutions. The spring revolutions. They shall revolt. Rise up against the tyrant. Like, oh man, dude, dude, I want Firebrand Bernie, bro. Oh my god, I want that, like, fiery Bernie, bro. Oh man. I don't like looking at Bernie posts too many ignorant responses from idiots. Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, hey, I do have a pretty good Bernie impression. And also, I know, and in my view, he does this a lot. Where he does this a lot with his arms. Let me just tell you, in my view. I love Bernie. I mean, with age, unfortunately, you kind of lose some of that fieriness in you, but, like, deep down, he's still got that in him. He's still got that soul. I mean, he's still got that. I mean, whatever that means, truly, but you know what I mean. Like, he's, like, deep down in it, he's still got it in his heart. Bless his fiery belly. His fiery belly. I smoke weed, Bernie. Oh, hell yeah, bro. He still smokes. If he doesn't smoke, he's fucking eating edibles. Like, he might not be smoking weed anymore, probably, because of his age and shit. He wants, want to be gentle to his, older lungs, but, he's probably getting some edibles going, like, get like, a nice little plate of brownies with Bernie, dude. Oh, yeah. Dude, Bernie would be, like, eating most of those brownies, like, you'll have one to start with, and then before you know it, he had like 4. It's like, yo, whoa, where'd those go? It's like, in my view, I think I just reappropriated it and seized the means of these dank, high-ass brownies. I feel like I just morphed into a little bit of Obama there for a second. I guess my version of Bernie being high is that he starts getting a little Obama-esque. Free Lunch Express. I watched that Ernie Bernie Sanders movie. My stepdad, I mouthed my ass off. Is it actually good? Honestly, I kind of want to watch it. Because it, in a weird way, it looks like it's trying to, like, fuck on Bernie a little bit. But at the same time, it's actually doing the opposite. At least that's what I got from the trailer of that movie. Like, I felt like I got the opposite, like, you know, impression. Like, it made him look good. I mean, so, like, it's not as a so bad it's entertaining movie. See, that's kind of what I mean. That's, like, it's trying to fuck on him, and it's doing such a bad job at it that it's actually entertaining, and it makes him look better. I mean, okay, so it's, oh my god. Ooh. I might watch that at some point. Like when I get my next weekend, I'm definitely gonna try to watch it. It's probably on YouTube for rent or something. I don't mind, like, you know, giving YouTube like a couple dollars to fucking rent that shit. Whatever, I'll rent it. I mean, like, oh my god, it's so. It just looks awesome. They have a Bernie commune with the ghost of Stalin. What? Oh my god, yes, dude, awesome. That's amazing. Dude, you just made it better. See? It makes him look good. What the fuck? I mean, the ghost of Stalin, they have a... Dude, Bernie sets up a commune and gets a fucking, like... The ghost of Stalin to fucking vibe with them and shit. And, you know, like, talk his, you know, Bernie, you know, progressivism to him. Like, yo... I mean, alright, dude. Awesome. It's only $5. Okay. Did that's fine. Like, honestly, I got, like, some sort of a bonus in my check this week, so I actually do, funny enough, have a little bit of money to kind of splash now. So, in a way, I'm actually kind of, put me in a nice little good mood. So, like, instead of, like, $310 or like $290, whatever the fuck, you know, because of like the lack of hours the past couple weeks, because of a bonus that was like $130 something bonus, it bumped it up to like $400. I was just like, what? Where'd that come from? But I looked and I saw it and I was like, ooh. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna bitch about that. It just made me go like, ooh, giggity giggity, more money for me. And also, when I went to go cash my check in the bank, as I was walking my dog and shit, you know, and I happened to look down, there was a $5 bill on the ground. I went, oh shit, there's a $5 bill, and I pick it up, and another $5 bill slipped out of that $5 bill, and I went, oh shit, it's actually $10, and I pick it up, and I was like, oh my god, I have $10 out of nowhere. So I also, as I was cashing my check in, got $10. And I was just randomly on the ground. I looked around to see if anyone happened to be around, maybe, and maybe they dropped it. Because if there's somebody around, I was gonna be courteous and shit, maybe, you know. But nobody was around. So I was like, fuck it, I'm pocketing that then. I mean, it's on the ground. There's nobody around. I mean, you know, I'm not gonna let it just soak on the ground and soil and, you know, disintegrate. Like, I'm gonna, there's some value with that, baby. That, like, $10 like goes a long way these days. My dad once found $500 in a U-Haul he rented. No shit, dude. That's almost like fucking a lottery win, dude. He just paid for his U-Haul rental of that. That was his dude. He just paid off his U-Haul rental that way. Dude, that is. Man, I mean, like, honestly, you gotta cherish those, like, lucky moments, low-key, though. Back in the 90s, oh, so $500 in the 90s? Oh, dude, that was worth a fuck back in the day, dude. Oh, man, whoever rented that U-Haul previously, oh my, I actually do kind of feel bad for that person. I mean, in hindsight, I guess. I don't now, because whatever. They probably forgot about it, you know, the person that lost their 500. But, I mean, well, maybe not. I mean, because honestly, losing $500 back in the 90s, that's a fucking sting. Like, I mean, because, well, not that much anymore. Well, yeah. I mean, nowadays, like, 500... I mean, it's not, that isn't as much as it used to be. But back in the 90s, though, it's like, damn. If you lose $500 like that, I mean, like you lost a little pretty decent amount. Like, it's not like, if you have, like, a bunch, like thousands and thousands in savings and shit, and you lose 500, I mean, it's like no sweat off the back. But like, if that's all, like, if it's like, if you got like 600 or 700 in the bank and that was it, I mean, you just lost a fucking chunk. It's just like, ooh. I mean, oh. Ooh. I mean, man, back when 500 was worth a fuck. Now it barely gets you a paycheck. A dollar now had $2.15 purchasing power by 1999, dropped to $1.69. Huh. My dad, when he was alive, had the best luck. Always finding random money in the weirdest of places. Man, can he absorb some of that, like, luck onto me a little bit? Because I'm kind of down with that. I mean, I had some of that today. I mean, finding $10 out of nowhere is, like, that made me feel good. Seeing that bonus and then $10 on the ground, I was like, fuck. Must be my day today. I mean, like, definitely put me in a good mood to pay for my beers. And a little bit of my weed tonight. So, and plus I was called in for a couple hours because, like, yo, it's so busy that we need help catching up. You want, like, an hour and a half or 2 hours, extra. I was like, yeah, let me catch my shit. Let me fucking grab some food. And I'll come down. So, that's pretty much what I did for my shit. And, honestly, all in all, that was kind of a good day. Get a little extra hour, so I get, a little extra for this paycheck coming up for next week. I mean, all in all, successful day. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, I like that. I got cherished this day for now. It's like these days you don't get many days like this, so gotta cherish it. But if you end up finding a job that doubles your money, well, you just made 30 years of progress in a way. I mean, yeah. I mean, because, like, you just basically doubled the rate of income, like, that, basically. Which, honestly, depending on what's in this contract, if I can get a chance to vote on that on the 8th, then, here, actually, did I take a picture of it? Oh, no, actually, no, there's actually a text message of it. Here, hold on. Yeah, it's right here. The opposite safety ratification votes for a new contract are scheduled. So, yeah. The one I would have to go to, which is on the 8th, between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Oh, wait, no, hold on. No, never mind. That's in wait, where is that? Yeah, fucking Albany. Yeah, that's... where is it? It'd be Portland West. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. on the 8th. In Tiger... Oh my god, why is everything over there? Oh! I hate how it has to be over there, dude. Oh my god. If I work that day, I'm just gonna be straight up with my manager, like, yo, I am voting on this, so... If I end up being late, please understand that is why. I know she would understand, so I'm going to make sure if I'm working that day, I'm going to let her know in advance. If I'm not, then no sweat on my back. But, why must it be so far away? I mean, if it's not there, it's Portland East, which is like near the fucking airport. And that's the same day, so that won't even work. Then the only other one would be Portland Central, and that's on the 9th. And that's like just in central, just like downtown Portland somewhere. Maloma Street? What the fuck is that? I don't even know where that is. Oh my god, I think I've heard of that street, but I don't like what? It's northeast. What? Where's this? I don't know. Whatever. Oh my god. Like, everywhere I have to go is so fucking far away. Like, fuck me, bro. God damn it. Can we have something closer to us, please? Like, son of a bitch. I mean, is there? No, they're just straight up, like... Roseburg Labor Temple? Labor Temple. I'm just not even gonna lie. That is that's like reminiscent of like some Holy Order of the Knights of Labor or some shit right there. Like, what the fuck? That's like some weird, like, that almost feels like spiritual. It's like, yo, we're gonna meditate and say some prayers for our labor. Awesome. It's like, whoa. The Dalles? I mean, I could make a trek out to the Dalles on the 14th. I could do that. Make it Vancouver? I guess I could do Vancouver. No, that's on the 9th. No, I couldn't. Man, I don't got much options. Well, I'll figure it out. What's the calendar? What's the calendar on that son bitch? What is it? It's the 4th, so 5 days or 4 days. Oh my god. Wait. That's probably is the 8th a Monday? Oh fuck. Let's see here. Where's my calendar? Yeah, wait, where the fuck is it? Oh, I see it, okay. Oh, it's a Tuesday. I might have that day off. Okay. And if not, the 9th. So I have options. Okay. Cool. So if I'm working on Tuesday, I'll have to, make sure I get that shit settled in advance. But I know for a fact I'll have Wednesday off. So I most certainly got an option. Hell yeah. Alright, well, I'll definitely, one of those days, I'll let you know what this new contract is going to be like. And then I hope it's going to be good. The main key for me is most certainly, wages and shit. And while I'm figuring that out, maybe I can actually, make sure that I'm actually apply for a journeyman type of position so I can guarantee, these wage increases as well and shit. Which is what's kind of been fucked me over for a while now. Because, my wage is not being akin to the rest of, the department and shit because, I guess, apparently, because of some bullshit. I can at least get that figured out during that time. Because very likely, my union rep will be there too. But she's also, leaving as well, so I'll have to figure out what that is, and then, let her and ask her if she knows who the next person's going to be, and if maybe potentially there could be, if there's any other openings and shit like that. So, that's going to be that'll definitely be a big old union day for me. Should be a manager. Fuck no. Oh my god. Okay, if I don't even want to start, dude. Don't. Oh no. I don't even want to start with the bullshit of, what the manager has to go through. I feel bad for my manager and shit, because honestly, if it gets worse, she's gonna fucking quit, because she's fucking had it. Honestly, dude, and she's like that, considering how, pretty strong-willed and fucking, willing to try to work with bullshit, and try to work around stuff, and, and, you think outside about all this type of shit, all in that, considering, if she's thinking that, then it's bad, okay? Honestly, this whole contract is what, depending on how that is what's keeping me there or not. Straight up. Wouldn't you want the extra pay now? Yeah, but not with the fucking the stress of the fucking mule shit that you get being a manager. Fuck no. And somebody's already going to take that position anyway if our current manager quits. So it's just if that ends up being, the case, I won't have to worry about it. I could potentially ask about maybe fill in, maybe learning some of the extra duties potentially to fill up the gap if they need it. Like here's how to order stuff, and all that shit. But like, I mean, like maybe an assistant manager, because because realistically there should be the manager and then 2 assistants at our department. Realistically, that's how it should be. And honestly, being an assistant, I wouldn't mind that, because you still get extra pay with that. I think you get the same pay as a manager. I mean, that means you at least, have to pick up, some of the other managerial type of things, when the actual manager isn't there. But, I mean, honestly, I already kind of do that. Like, whenever, like, because I'm pretty much the senior there at night, especially when the actual managers are gone and the cooks leave, like, I'm pretty much, like, the main, like, head, so to speak, just based on the seniority. So, I mean, I already know, like, all the ins and outs and bullshit, so I already kind of do a side manager type of position as it is. So, realistically, that would work. Then your only boss is yourself and shareholder CEO. Yeah, no. Definitely not that. I mean, I definitely wouldn't want to be store manager either. Honestly, I definitely want to see a replacement of the store manager. Like, I definitely don't want to be a part of that main managerial position, because honestly, think about it, dude. Like, even with my fucking rabble-rousiness, I have to deal with, like, corporate motherfuckers. And, my position about them. Like, even as a manager, you can't really, like, fucking badmouth, these fucking corporate higher-ups and shit, unless you fucking feel their wrath. And also, they, at least when it came to my manager, becoming a manager, one thing that they kind of do is like, hey, we'll give you even, slightly better benefits than what the union offers, and all you have to do is basically not be a part of them anymore, in order to be a manager. And it's just like, So, it's just like, honestly, even if they did offer a managerial position, I'm not gonna fucking, I have a line in the fucking sand, when it comes to it. Like, I ain't giving up, the, unionship at all, for one. And for two, it's just like, there's definitely gonna be some, shit that I'm gonna fucking, require of you motherfuckers. That is gonna change. To make sure that my shit functions, and to be frank, the rest of the store fucking functions. Because, but, I mean, first, I gotta make sure our shit's good. Because, to make sure that our shit's good, looks good on them, it makes, me look good too in that front. And it's like, so it's just this big fucking, like, big old bullshit that, it's not, I mean, fundamentally, at least for me personally, it's not fundamentally worth it, especially dealing with corporate cocksuckers. You're in a condescending bullshit, this like, oh, we require these things, you must keep your production, blah, 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 and all this other shit, and having to hear about, oh, your displays and this and that, like, oh my god. Like, there would be a certain point I probably straight would snap on them sons of bitches. Like, it wouldn't, like, yeah, me being a manager, like, specifically would just not be a good idea. I mean, like, I know, honestly, when it comes to, like, how I'd operate with my employees and co-workers and shit, I know I'd be a good one, but it's the bosses that, probably wouldn't like me, and that's where it'd be a problem. And that's, and I don't want to deal with that. It's already bad enough having to deal with their lack of communication and lack of care anyway as it is. Like, are they gonna, like, what difference is it gonna be when I have to, like, hear their lack of care constantly when they spiel their smugness down, like, make sure your productivity and this and that and blah 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 and the profits, blah, blah, blah. It's like basically, instead of, the lack of communication of, just being the average worker in that sense, now I have to fucking hear it. And it's like, ugh. Yeah, no thanks. Because they're not going to want to hear it from my end. And they're definitely not going to want to, like, hear the worker's voice on that at all. They never do. So, unless you just get a legitimate, exceptional type of, like, corporate higher-up type. And honestly, they do exist. Like, my last manager before our current one, she got a promotion to go into a more corporate position. And she was actually like, kind of like the similar, more blue collar, looking out for the little guy type of person and shit. And she was, saying, it's like, I'll make sure I try to, look out for all y'all, while I'm up there, and all that shit. I hope y'all, do well and good luck and everything. And every now and then I'll see her occasionally and shit, she'll pay a visit. So it's just like, I mean, it's like, all in all, I mean, it's just like, every now and then you will have, like, some more corporate manager higher-up types that are pretty exceptional, but it's pretty fucking rare. Because just the entire, like, corporate managerial environment is just not welcoming of that type of shit at all. You'd be asking them where they'd hide when the revolution comes? Nah, I want to be that fucking intense about it. Honestly, I just say, the intensity would just be, like, actually, like, consider our fucking, eyes and minds and fucking, our, voices and this shit. Like, actually just be on the ground, check our shit out. Like, yeah, if there's, if you got questions what's going on, ask us. Ask me, ask some of my coworkers if there's something more specific about it, and we'll just tell you straight up. But they don't do that. Our store manager doesn't even do that. Sometimes he will literally find a way to, like, as soon as some of the mid PICs or the closing PICs, as soon as they show up, he just, like, sneaks out and leaves. Like, it doesn't, like, he doesn't go around and lets everyone else, like, hey, I'm heading out, got questions or anything for me. Which a good store and responsible store manager that cares about their workers, before they leave, they'll be like, hey, got questions or anything like that for me or anything like that? Go into different departments, make sure they're good. Actually communicating with them. He doesn't do that shit. If you think if anything, like I said, he straight up will be like, ooh, gonna sneak out, to slither away, basically, and shit. It's like, what is this? Like, are you gonna make sure that, your departments are good and shit? Like, see if they need anything or whatever before you leave? Like, hey, we got an order that we need because this, oven's acting up, or, can you get that in before you head out? It's like, yeah, all right, I'll put a sticky note on my desk, for the next day. Just shit like that. It's small stuff. And, oh my god, I know, because again, this is why I don't want to be a manager either, because I know for a fucking fact I would have to be dealing with that shit all the time, and he wouldn't give a fuck. And it's just like, it would be talking to a brick wall every single fucking step of the way. It's like, so, and it really, it makes me understand why, my manager is so fucking frustrated, because she's basically talking to a brick wall all the fucking time. Like, because she's trying to get these, work orders in to get shit replaced, and then they basically just replace a part and keep this, like, kind of half-assed broken, like, oven or some shit that still, honestly, just needs to be replaced, or fucking, not necessarily, like, change the actual, like, fryers themselves, but might just replace the baskets or replace the wheels on the grease traps and shit because the wheels get worn down so much. It's like, just replace the whole fucking thing and just get a nice big fat upgrade. It'll be better in the long run. Like, just do that. Plus, it might actually, make better quality fried food, honestly, for all we know. Like, for fuck's sake, just do that. It's like, invest a little, splash in the short run and get better results in the long run. Like, it's just such stupid small shit like that. Such stupid small shit. And all it takes is just communicating with, like, your department managers and actually, like, listening to them and, trying to fulfill their end of what they want. Not just, the shit you need. If anything, they're more willing to fulfill the stuff that you wouldn't want as a store manager if you listen to and fulfill the shit they need. Like, seriously, there would actually be a little bit more of, like, a symbiotic relationship going on there. Instead of just like this, oh, fuck, alright, I guess we gotta try to force this shit out, because they demand of us, whatever, because there's just, like, this feudalistic lack of communication or care for it. It's like, ugh. It's just, this is gross. Honestly, and like I said, depending on how this contract looks, once I go out to vote for it, that's probably, that's kind of the make or break for me. Like, if it's still shit, and it's not actually as, good as it is, it's like, alright, well, I'm gonna try to, make my ventures elsewhere. I might try to at least, still trying to make opportunities and progressions for the union and stuff. And if anything, maybe see if we could try to, expand onto a different shop or something like that. Like I don't know if like the eligible places like, like Papa Murphy's or some shit, could be viable for something like that. But fuck. Like, there's actually, like, on Arauco, there's Papa Murph's, like, right around the corner for me. So it's like, I mean, and they're at least right now 18 an hour. So it's like, I mean, again, depending on the contract is and shit, I might be like, hey, I don't want to stay at this job, but around the corner is something else. Do you think there's a way to probably unionize that place on top of, me still working there and being part of you and blah, blah, blah? So try to work something out. So, I don't know. We'll have to see. On the 8th or the 9th, depending on how my schedule works out. Wait, did I drink all this? Oh, no, I didn't. There we go. Or I think it's straight boss. No matter profession, I imagine some balding guy in a pinstripe suit with chew cigar in his mouth. You know what's fucking... You want to know what's fucking a little weird? Besides the balding thing, you basically almost fucking nailed it. Like, our store manager is... He maybe not a full-on suit, but yeah, it's a pinstripe shirt. Maybe it's not... He doesn't chew cigar. I don't think he smokes. I mean, so I don't think he's necessarily doing that. I mean, but he is kind of like that conservative, like, pinstripe type of guy, and honestly, I feel like he is balding, but he's using some sort of, like, something working, there where, like, revives the hair and all that shit. Like, he's got that going on. He has, like, the fuck you money for that shit. And not just, like, some, like, like, men's hair shit or whatever. He's going to, like, some, professional shit. Like, he's got that money, So, it's like, I mean... It's pretty much, I think the biggest thing it's missing is this chewing cigar in his mouth, but pretty much everything else is nailed there. So, yeah. I mean, honestly, all in all, pretty accurate. I would say that is a very accurate description. Man, he is knocked the fuck out. This dog is knocked right the fuck out. He sounds like some pressure valve. Sounds like a regulated pressure valve releasing when he's breathing. In his little ball. He looks so pleasantly, like, comfortable there. He looks very pleasantly comfortable. He's so cute. But he had a pretty good little walk today, too. That's probably why it's knocked out. Man, I was at work earlier and I really should have checked the schedule to see if I was working Tuesday or not. Because that'll be the best day for me to fucking check the shit out. I'll just have to fucking figure that out tomorrow. Oh, I know, now I really should have, because I don't know if I'm working at 2 or 3 tomorrow. Fuck. Oh, shit. Split down the middle? Well, great. Well, that's fun. Hey, work tomorrow. When? I don't know. Oh, boy. Well, I'll show up too. Just to stay safe. Because if it's 3, then I just show up early and get an extra hour. If not, well, I played it safe. I was smart about it. So if I do a stream in the morning, then at least for tomorrow, then it's very likely it'll be like noon or 1 when I do that. If I do. Oh, now that I actually got some splash money, I actually probably want to buy one of these Ukrainian flags. No, hold on. Let me go to the Kaiser Cat website, see what type of flags they got. Which it was my cheat day today, and I got so baked. It's mostly worn off now. Oh. Yeah, I just bought a bunch of bud for today to keep me stocked up. Oh, cool. They got 5 flags. Alright. Which one should I get here? Because I want to get one of these. I might hang it up back here. Bad cheesecake, quesadillas, strawberry wafers, and a protein shake. Oh, dude, I should show you this. I'm sure you probably know of Steve 1989 MRE. Like he did like 6 days ago a video on Ukrainian MRE, and I was seeing that last stream. Holy dude, like those MREs, you're fucking like eating like a goddamn fucking king, dude. It's just like, what the fuck? Like, it's a fat feast. It's like, yo. Like, I mean, I actually want to buy one if I can find one. If there's still any available outside of Ukraine. Because I did find an eBay seller that is in Ukraine, but but on their description it specifically says, obviously, we can't ship them out, but the money that will be used will be donated for medicine, food, and supplies for the citizens and the people of Kiev and Ukraine. And it's like, and honestly, I'm feeling at least at some point, probably want to try to do that for them as well. And just be like, is it possible, and ask, do people, that purchase, despite the going on, like after, when things settle down, do they get it eventually, or is it just no at all, at least in the meantime? Either way, I'm okay with it, but I just want to ask. I'll at least, post that in the comments before, or at least post that as a question to them, prior to, purchasing it. But again, I'm just probably going to purchase it anyway. But I mean, it's like you're fit for it's like a fucking day ration, and it's like so much food, and it's fresh. One thing I noticed about it though, it was legitimately like high quality, fibrous, like high fat content, high caloric, like very complex carbohydrate content. Like, it was like, it's all the stuff that you legitimately want in like a ration, when it comes to somebody who might be on the front lines. Like, legitimately, it was legit, like, good quality, like, freshly made food. I mean, if we're being, like, in these, like, little, like, vacuum sealed packages and shit, like, it was, like, I mean, it was legit, like, I mean, it's, like, honestly, the best way I could describe it, and I just said it in the previous stream, it's, like, you go to, like, like a babushka's grandma diner, place, like in Kiev or some shit, and you're like, hey, I want, like, the pea soup and some of the pork tushonka, with, some stew and shit. And then, like, you get, like, a nice fresh bowl of that stuff in, like, a little bowl. It's, like, the equivalent of that, only it's in, like, military field ration stuff. And it's just, like, oh my god, like, that needs to be the standard for, like, any military ration just in general, because, like, holy fuck, it's like, it looked amazing. It's like, oh my goodness, I was legitimately, like, impressed of how good it looked, and how fresh it looked. Like, what got me was how fresh it looked, like, legitimately fresh. Like, it was, like, just freshly made, put in the bag, and vacuum sealed, like, right then and there, and then refrigerated, then all, like, packaged up in, the MRE bags and shit, and then sent out. Like, all, like, in one process. Like, I mean, not like, it was chock full of preservatives stuffed in, the warehouse for a minute before it was shipped off, to the bigger, broader packaging processing plant where all the other shit it wasn't like that. It's like, these MREs are, like, all manufactured all in one place, freshly made, like, in one area or some shit. It's like, oh. And, like, some of the little, like, snacks and treats, like the chocolates and, like, this dried apricots and stuff. I mean, oh, my God. It's like, what the hell? It's like, they're, like, fit for kings or something over there with those MREs. Different kinds of food. This babunya, Baptitsia. Babushka is Russian. Well, Well, I mean, I've also seen like different articles of different people referring, to like Ukrainian babushkas and going up to like Russians and stuff. So I don't know. It feels like it's kind of like kind of intermixed a little. I mean, also there are legitimately areas of Ukrainian that do speak more Russian than Ukrainian, and shit. But it's just, I think that's just honestly because they're pretty like similar languages, so it's easy to kind of go back and forth in a way. Say babunya instead. Babunya. 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 I mean, it does. I don't know. Like I mean, it doesn't ring like babushka. I mean, it doesn't have that same ring a little bit though. But babunya, babushka. Babunya, babushka. Not like you say babushka a lot. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like legitimately, I probably have said babushka more in the past like week or so than ever in my life. Like, legitimately. Like, so it's not like it's a common word in the lexicon, So at least in my lexicon and shit. But I mean, like when I think of babushka, I don't really think of like a Russian old lady specifically. I'm thinking like like an East European old lady that's like in the world country that you don't want to fuck with, honestly, because as sweet as she is, like if you fuck with her, she will literally beat you to death with her fucking like hoe, like the hoe that she's working on her rural farm and shit. She'll literally beat you with that, like if you fuck with her, It's just like, I mean, that's kind of what I think of a little bit. Like, just like this hard-ass, like, old, rural countries, Eastern European woman. Like, that's really kind of what I think of a little bit. Like, they're, like, where the looks are legitimately, like, misconceiving a little bit. Like, they look like they're harmless and weak, but you don't want to fuck with them. Like, I mean, they'll mess with you. They don't fuck around. I mean, especially when they're out in Eastern European and they're old, like, I mean, they've seen shit. They've seen some shit. I mean, that's why they're hard. That's why they're hard as fuck. I mean, so, like, if I see, like, the same, like, an old lady out in, like, the Polish countryside, I too would think of them as, like, a babushka. They're just a Polish babushka at that point. But, like, just same thing. I don't know. I mean, I just kind of think of it a little differently, I guess. Babunya, babushka, I mean, tomato, potato, tomato, tomato, potato, potato, I mean, that's kind of how I see it there. But I still kind of like this one right here. I'm liking this Ukrainian flag. And it says fuck off in Ukrainian right there. It's like a Snake Island tribute. I like that, because, I mean, because I know the Gatsa flag kind of gets a little bit of a bad rap, but this one kind of gets a little bit of respect, because, Snake Island, fuck off, yeah, this works. I like that one, but I also like this vertical one. I wish Kaiser Cat Cinema had more vertical flags, because I like this. I like that design. And all these proceeds are fundraiser proceeds, too. And then you got just your traditional, good old regular Ukrainian flag there, and then like the coat of arms version of it. I kind of like the coat of arms version, or the Gadsden version right there. I don't know. If I were to get this one, I'd either hang it up behind me, or I would have it outside somewhere. Because I like that. And it's the same price as the rest of them, despite being legitimately bigger. And then you got this European one right here, the European Union version. Or it's the European Union, but oh, I noticed it has an extra star too. Hey, I didn't even notice that until just now. Yeah, but this version has an extra star and the coat of arms on the front of it. I'm kind of feeling like this one or that one right here. These are like the two I'm kind of feeling a little bit though, low key. Though I do like all of them. I mean, that one's just like, you can literally get that anywhere. But like, that one's, I like that one. That one's pretty cool. But I don't know, like those two on the right though. I don't know. Honestly, I like this because it's like it's top down. Because honestly, the flags back here are doing that, and it would, for me, I'd actually would love these type of flags just for that alone, because they're best, used as banners basically, instead of being like a flag banner. It's like more like an actual banner, so to speak, and shit. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm more tempted of this one though, just because of that, because it would be easy to just hang it up here. Put these outside or something. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking this one. Yeah, but yeah, I might get that. I actually might get that. Oh, he's got his little tongue sticking out. Oh my god, what's going off his eye? What the fuck? This guy's like eye rolled back. His little tongue sticking out. It's so cute. Oh. Oh, you woke up. What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Oh, you look a little comfortable. Oh, you look comfortable and cute. Oh my god, look at you. Oh, look at you. You're so cute. Stop it. You're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. Look at you. You sweet baby. You look so pleasantly sweet and happy. Aww. Clip that. It was worth it. It was worth to be clipped. That was too damn cute. Aww. His little tongue sticking out and he just like, oh, what? Mm-hmm. But he doesn't even give a fuck. He's just like, I'm just gonna kind of stretch around and get myself more comfortable. Aww. Cute little baby. What's the weirdest place you have gotten great food? Well, the problem is I haven't really been, in really weird places. Like, the closest thing I can say is, this Icelandic steakhouse in Reykjavik. Because they had things like whale meat, horse meat, things like that in America would definitely be considered very weird. But I had a horse 16-ounce sirloin steak with a few other things. Yeah, whale meat for sure. Yeah, I think the whale meat especially is what makes it, weird by American standards. I didn't order anything that had whale. I mean, it's weird. I ordered horse meat, but I felt uncomfortable ordering whale meat and whale blubber. I felt uncomfortable ordering that, but I felt comfortable ordering horse meat. I mean, I guess weird, but whatever. But I would have, but honestly, the main thing that stopped me was because it's fucking expensive. It's actually pretty spendy over there. At least at the steakhouse, because it's probably not just some whale blubber jerky or some shit you probably get at the convenience store. It's probably some quality, actual meat that's fresh, from the sea or something. I mean, from my understanding, at least, the whales that are fished, at least around Iceland and stuff, aren't necessarily full-on endangered species, but it's, I still get it to an extent, and at least when it comes, I think at least if it's, heavily regulated, I want to be, probably as against it and shit, but it's there's, at this point today, in this day and age, there's better sources for meat and, and accessibility for these type of things, at least when it comes to, seafood and shit. So it's I get, how, some places like the Faroe Islands and, the Shetland Islands, places like that, kind of rely on, whaling for a source of food, but it's at this point, I feel like it's probably just more beneficial, in the long run to probably just, get other, means of, meat, and shit accessibly in that way. Just because... it just seems like, there's, better ways of, getting, this type of stuff. At least when it comes to, a lot of like different whale species and shit, especially when they're at risk. It's like there needs to seriously be like heavy regulations on them being whaled, and ones who are endangered just fucking illegal, like just outright. Because it's like, I mean, anything that's like at risk or worse, like, I mean, there needs to be some really strict measures about that. Even for ones that really aren't, because like, I mean, they're definitely going to be eventually in the long run, even if it's not because of whaling. It's like they're gonna have problems just because of other fucking factors. But you know, we don't really need to go for that, do we? But yeah, but anyway, but it's like I did try horse meat there though, and honestly, horse meat's really good. Like that's why I was kind of answering with that Icelandic steakhouse and shit. That kind of got me sidetracked to the whole whale meat thing and shit. But like, because honestly, how can I describe it? It's been a while now, so now it's kind of getting a little harder for me to kind of describe it now. But it's about it's like a mixture of like buffalo / like lamb meat and beef. Like it has like the same tenderness, like texture wise as like beef, but has like some like a combination of like buffalo / lamb, like beef kind of blended as like a super meat flavor almost. Like, and that's what really made it good, honestly. And like it's something that you can also cook kind of like beef, where you can have it like medium or medium rare and stuff like that. So I had it just medium, just kind of like how I would usually like any beef. Usually like medium rare is how I usually like it. And honestly, it's just like and the meat itself legit like melts in your mouth almost, like when you chew into it. It's like, oh, I mean, so I guess, at least by America's standards, horse meat is definitely weird. It's still on the weird list. I mean, definitely less weirder than whale meat, I would say. But, at the end of the day, it's a lot of Americans see that as like, what? We ride horses. We love on horses. We don't eat them. Oh, you having a little stretch? You stretchy? He just collapses. Goes right back to sleep. I mean, honestly, my mom, because she was with me at the steakhouse, she was looking at me so weirdly the entire time when I was eating that and just enjoying it. She looked at me like she'll look at her own food and start eating that and just try to focus on that, but then she'll look over at me and realize I'm eating horse, and she's like, she actually would have like this look of like, I can't believe you're doing this. I'm just like, what? It's good. I thought you liked me trying new shit. I mean, I even offered, it's like, you want to try at least like a little bite, just to see? And she's like, no. And she'd be like, no. And she would just be immediately like, nope. But my dad did. He tried it, and he was like, wow, that's actually, like, I mean, it's like, well, I mean, I might as well. He was like, I might as well. Like, he was like, initially I was still a little weird about it, but I was like, but I offered him a little bite, and, the one that mom denied, and he was like, I might as well, sure. And I gave it to him, and he was like, that's actually really good. And he was actually impressed with it. So, and then my mom started looking at him, like, weirdly, and it's like, so, I mean, that's why I know for sure it's definitely probably, like, the weirdest, at least for me. Aww. But at least for me, I think it is, just because my mom being there, initially reacting to it, I think, is what made it. Because she was just like, I can't believe you're eating horses. They're like man's best friend to me. Dog and horses are meant to be loved on, not eaten. But yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I don't know if there is anywhere in the US that does like serve horse meat, but I mean, if there is, I wouldn't mind trying it again. But honestly, I'll have to see if it's actually the same quality as the one in Iceland, though. Why can't you be on drugs like normal kids your age? But mom, I don't want to do drugs. Get out. Oh my god, dude. If my mom was like that, that'd be funny. Or so sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there is. I just have to kind of find it where they are. Like, I'm sure I could probably find one in Oregon, honestly. I mean, there's little bison farms around here. One of the companies that I think are adjacent with our store brand, Open Nature, like, they sell little packets of bison meat and shit, and it's pretty much like locally sourced type of stuff. And it makes sense because throughout the Willamette Valley, at least, you know, when I've been up and down it before, every now and then you'll see like little farms that actually have little bison around them. Like maybe at most, maybe like 12 or 14. I mean, not a lot of them, but you know, a decent little amount. And they're in little open range little areas. I mean, you can see like a big ass barn where they all are chilling out and, you know, chilling out at, and where their little home is, you know, and shit. But they usually are all out open ranging it and stuff. So, I imagine that's probably where it all comes from. Honestly, it's definitely good eating. I mean, it's probably not the same as like wild buffalo, but I'm not gonna go get wild buffalo. That'd be a little fucked. They're trying to repopulate. I don't wanna fuck that up. I'd rather just get the domesticated ones that we are, you know, separated from, you know, from that type of population. That we at least hopefully ethically treat fair and shit. I mean, I think, you know, we can at the very least, you know, treat, you know, these animals in agriculture fair. Give them, you know, nice, comfortable areas to live in, open range and shit. Actually have like an ethical means of, you know, get meat from them and stuff that doesn't involve them utterly suffering and shit. Like actually maybe have like a legitimate like long-term life cycle span about it or something, maybe like when they kind of come near more and towards their old age or something, you know, make it a little, you know, think about then maybe. Or should I make the meat tainted? You gotta make it fresh, gotta make sure they're a year old. Yeah, I haven't seen one from the Ben Bolton, Tuesday, March 7th, 1942. Ben Bolton, horse meat on sale in Portland. $0.10 a pound? Man, dude, you can get fucking meat cheap back in the day, boy. Back in the day, boy. Be hella cheap. Damn, son. My favorite advisor in Stellaris is very labor heavy too. Stellaris advisor voice.
Unite. You have nothing to lose but your restraining fields. Automation, open access, shared wealth. With these we shall
Are these actually in Stellaris? Like in the actual game itself?
Stars in song. The springs of cooperation flow most abundant. Those who need will receive.
$1 in 1942 is worth $17.42. Hey, let me have my moment.
Will make
At least, hey, in 1933, it was probably like $1 was probably worth like $1,000. Okay, like I mean, like I mean, come on, let's. Like, I mean, let's be real now. We all remember the Great Depression, right now, boys? Like, come on now. $17.42 a pound ain't too bad. Has some great terms in it. Yeah, hold on. Let me see some of it. Portland, March 17th. LP, horse meat appeared today on the west side of Portland Market. And operators say first day of sales were very good. It was offered to limit the extent on markets here during World War Number One, but demand was light in view of the price downfall. World War Number One. Wait, if this is in 1942, misprint. But demand was light in view of the price downfall on pork, mutton, and other meats. Now, however, market sources believe consumers will cultivate a taste for tenderized horse steaks in view of the high prices for other meats. In case you're interested, boneless horse round steak is selling at 10 cents a pound, along with Mustang T-bones, rim steak, and horse hamburger and liver. However, it will cost you 2 cents a pound. World War II is just getting underway. I mean, yeah, which also makes me a little like, well, I mean, when did you say World War II? But okay. To limited extent in markets here during World War Number One. Okay, I guess I see what it means. Like, you know, back in World War One, you know, it was okay, but you know, all right, it's okay, but I had to say it in like a very hyperbolic transatlantic voice because that's pretty much literally everyone's voice at the time. You hearing something? Oh, you look so cute. You're such a sweet baby. United in friendship and labor. Mustang T-bone. Mustang T-bone. I mean, honestly, that really does legit sound kind of good. I'm just gonna be honest. It really does. I mean, I love horses. I mean, you know, like, I view them as kind of like a version of man's best friend out in the country, basically. You know, and like, and all that. But, hey, I mean, when, like, the come to pasture comes around and shit, like, I mean, I don't want to just, like, let it be all for fucking waste and shit. Might as well use some of the meat. Or Scotland abortion. Oh my god. Like in the furry world, like Bad Dragon version, but not the real thing. No. Oh my god. Like, like honestly, unless you've trained, oh my god, like unless you've trained your ass straight the fuck up for like months to take gigantic phallic objects, you would unironically fucking die. I mean, just, like, honestly. Like, not only just from the size, but the fucking power that will come from them, like, yeah, let me get in there, baby. Like, yo, nope, I don't want to, I don't need that. I've seen it actual, and goddamn, makes me feel small. I don't think I have, nor do I necessarily want to, because I'd be just like, whoa, okay. Why are you excited? Get away from me. No, thank you. It's like, no, it's like, no, don't consent. Get away from me. Why are you bringing this up, you fuck, why? I mean, I just want to enjoy, like, the furry world. I don't need the real world into it. Like, there's a reason why there's a thing called fantasy. Like, I mean, my god. Like, anthropomorphic, like, stallion boys and shit. Like, that's okay. But the real thing, they're meant to be just like, alright, I'll groom you, I'll give you some brushes, I'll ride you, I'll give you a little carrot, here's a carrot. You know, they're meant to be like, like, they're like a gigantic version of a dog almost. Like, you just like, I mean, honestly. I mean, it's just like, like, give it like a gigantic, like, big old, like, yoga ball or something. It'll play around with that. I mean, it's like shit. We don't need none of this weirdness. Like, the horses can do that on their own time. Like, I mean, they don't need me involved. Unless, I guess, I find out that, like, my horses, like, if I have, like, horses in the future, and apparently, like, one of my, like, male horses is of, like, a prized breed, and like, alright, well, I guess I'll set up an artificial insemination thing so I can, like, sell semen, I guess. Because for, like, stallions that actually have, that are actually kind of, like, prized on for their genetics stuff, actually go for a lot of fucking money. So it's just like, I guess just for the fucking money aspect, I'm like, okay, sure. It's like, I mean, it's a weird market, but it is indeed a thing. But in order to partake in such market, someone's got to do the dirty deeds. It's like, oh boy. Oh god, oh my god. Man, I just realized how, like, just how, like, some, like, ranch life can be kind of just raunchy. It's just like, oh my god. I mean, like, I kind of like the aesthetic of, like, like, having, like, a little ranch and stuff, but, I mean, just when it comes down to it, there's definitely a lot of, raunchy, like, oh god, I gotta get down dirty gritty, the nitty gritty and shit. The dirtiness, the nitty gritty, like, some things are just like, oh boy. Right, my mom bought us a horse meat hamburger in the 70s from J&H on 58th and Sandy. She only bought it a couple times when the meat was expensive, but it wasn't any different than beef hamburger. That's kind of what I was saying. Like, the meat texture is kind of like beef, but it has, like, a combination of, like, beef and, like, lamb and, buffalo meat flavors. Like, it's kind of like a mixture of that. Like, probably, like, the best way is to describe it, honestly, is, like, mixture of, like, beef and lamb meat. It's like a mixture of those flavors. But, like, buffalo meat, it's another way to kind of describe it, like beef and buffalo or beef and lamb. But bison, yeah. At least you don't fuck sheep, unlike some people I know, Lamau. You unironically know people that do that? Oh my god! The South, why? No! Honestly, I mean, in high school, I've heard of stories about some chicks in, high school. I've heard rumors and stories about chicks in high school and, instances of dogs before. But that was back in, like, high school and shit. I'm not sure, but I suspect things. Walks back slowly into I know, man! Oh. I mean, at least for me, I've only heard rumors, about, like, some chicks before. And even then, they were never confirmed. It's like I remember, like, in band, like, we were on a field trip, and we were heading back, to the school from our field trip, and at some point, like, conversation about, like, yeah, one of the cheerleaders I heard, actually, like, is, like, use peanut butter to get her dog to, like, fuck herself, blah, 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 and I'm like, we were all just like, what? And it's like, yeah, I don't know who, but I've heard about that, like, some dude who was an ex of hers and shit, blah, 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 and it's like, Because apparently how the rumor spread is because, from my understanding, if I remember correctly, the ex caught her doing that, and apparently that's how they broke up and shit, and that's how the rumors started. And I was just like, what? I was just like, what the fuck? I mean, so, you know, it's, hey, Zukov, what are you doing? You're all awake now, and now I'm wondering what you're doing. Yeah, you baby boy. Oh, dear Lord. I know. I mean, it's just like... I mean, it's like, what the fuck? I mean, it's just like, Jesus. I guess it's like not as bad if like a dude is, you know, like trying to like do that, but because it's like I don't know, it's still just like, yo, red flag alert, like what's going on here? Like, there's one thing about being like furry and into anthropomorphic stuff, and like, you know, like if there's like, you know, Zukov is a sentient anthropomorphic being who was sentient as me and shit, like, I mean, that, you know, it's like whatever, then it'll be like, okay, you know, cool fam, but he's not, you know, so obviously it's like, why, you know, it's like, there's a reason why with furries, there's a specific fucking like line about that shit, where it's like, yo, anthropomorphic, like, you know, fursuit slash like furry, you know, anthro characters and shit, you know, there's a specific line of that type of stuff, because honestly, like, it's all about like the whole fun, like, fantasy, like, you know, character, you know, like, you know, type of roleplay aspect of it all. I mean, that's because that's what it's fundamentally about, where it's just like, you know, where there's like elements of, you know, not even necessarily just like animalistic features, but sometimes there could be like insectoid thing, you know, aspects to it. I've seen like overlap with like fucking anthro airplanes out of all things, like, and plants too, like straight up with there's some weird like offshoot shit, I'm not even gonna fucking lie. You know, so I mean, because it's all about like basically an expansion also of like other different like fetishes and shit too. Like, I mean, there's a major overlap between furries and like the BDSM community and like, you know, all sorts of other shit. Because it's basically a way of, like, how do I, you know, it's like, what, you know, can be a way to expand this type of, you know, fantasy even further. And, like, furries is just another way of doing so. I mean, and there's, and honestly, it's such a weird, like, assumption because, like, at least when it comes to furries, there's, like, this animalistic aspect of things, and it's just like, oh, that means, like, you know, it's like, oh, you have a pet dog, you're probably fucking or something. Like, because honestly, especially, you know, when I was first a furry and shit, like, there was a lot of that, like, I mean, like, back in, like, 2012, 14 and shit, where pretty much, like, the biggest meme was, like, oh, furries are like dog fuckers, horse fuckers, blah, 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 and it's like, what? I mean, there's furry, and then there's, like, you know, fucking, like, zoophile slash zoosexual. Like, those are literally two different fucking things. I mean, so, huh? I mean, there's still definitely people that think that, and it's just, like, it's just kind of odd. It's like, I mean, you could definitely have it, you know, a play on it to, like, you know, different fantasy and shit like that, that isn't, you know, into, you know, that type of shit. Because it's like, I mean, like, for me especially, it's like, there's, you know, it all comes down to the whole consent factor, and it's like, especially when there's a staunch difference of, like, consent with someone, you know, with something, you know, or somebody like Zukov and shit, or like a random horse, or whatever the fuck, there's this major communicational sentient difference there that, you know, makes the issue for the whole consent factor, you know, so it's like, no. That's why, you know, when it comes to us as species, we are able to do that. But when it comes to other animals and other species and shit, there's not this communicational, like, shit. So, stick to your own kind. Like, if there was, like, some alien race that came to the planet that was sentient just as, if not more than us, then it'd be like, okay, maybe you could fuck them. Why not? And if anything, it'd probably be the reverse factor, where it's like, you know, to them, it would be considered like, you know, like a bestiality, like nature to fuck us as a species, as them as an alien race. So I mean, it's just like, I mean, for us it would be like, oh cool, alien poontang, but to them it's like, they are of a lesser sentient race and cannot communicate with them. We shall not integrate and breed with them. Nope. But so it's just like, but that's the thing. There's a communicational error and shit. Like, I mean, so, like, unless we're able to, like, have some communicational, like, we can have some dialogue or whatever the fuck and, like, confirm some, like, communication here, then, This door is closed and locked. I mean, this is pretty, at least for me, pretty self-explanatory. Because there's also the whole developmental factor, too. And other species and other, animals on this planet don't have the same developmental factors like we do. Even with our, younger selves of our species, who happen to be not as fully developed, like kids. So, it's just like, again, it's a very self-explanatory thing, at least to me. There was this girl in a grade below me. Rumor has she was fucking one of her teachers for good grades, and the teacher in question had cases of this in the past, and no one did anything. What the fuck? Yo. Whoa. And the girl, and so it's a girl in a grade, like back in school. So that applies to teacher as a male, and no one did. Oh my fucking god, that is whack. Because honestly, usually it's like the other way around. Usually no one really does much if it's like a rumor of a female teacher, having sexual relations. Because for some reason there's like this thing about like if a boy somehow during school has sex with a teacher, especially if it's like in high school, it's like and it's like it's somehow like some sort of like like title or some shit. But if it's the other way around, then it's like the most, like literally the most evil fucking important thing. But it's just like, isn't it like, shouldn't it be kind of viewed as the same no matter what? I mean, it's like, huh? I mean, so that makes it even more fucking exceptional. And the teacher in question was a woman. What? Yo! That makes it even more of a fucking curveball. Yo! It's all shrouded in a rumor and it never confirmed it. Well, yeah, true. I mean, to be fair, it's, an unconfirmed thing, but... And the teacher in question, I mean, that implies she's either the teacher... Both of them are either, like, bisexual or lesbian then at that case. And no one did any... What the fuck, bro? I mean, if it's true, that is fucking whack. Man, dude. The shit that happens in the world. I mean, seriously. It's like, yo. Honestly, I remember, like, in 7th grade, there was this time where, some student, like, some kids in a class straight up thought I was, like, having, like, the hots for a teacher. Because I was, like, because I remember, like, I actually even remember the specific instance. Like, I mean, I was, like, thinking about something else, and, and I'm just, like, I think I was looking at my phone at the time, and I'm just like, And I kind of look up, she's like, she's hot, or whatever. Well, did you? Well, no. I mean, in hindsight, okay, so the teacher was a world history teacher in 7th grade. And I actually remember her name still. But honestly, I mean, while she was like, you know, in hindsight, like kind of had like this Velma like attractiveness in a little bit, at the time, you know, I'm a kid, so I don't give a fuck. She's my teacher. I mean, in hindsight, like, yeah, you know, as like a MILF status, yeah, you know, but like as now a fully sexually developed adult, you know, in hindsight. But at the time, like, I'm a kid, I don't give a fuck. She's my teacher. Like, that's what I thought. It's like, oh, she's my teacher, okay, you know, or whatever. I mean, but in hindsight, though, I mean, you know, yeah, she was an attractive woman. I mean, I will admit that. But, like, you know, but I would, so, you know, I blurt that, you know, so anyway, to the story, so I'm, like, looking at, you know, my phone over something else. I think I was, like, looking at some other fucking picture or some shit. And, you know, it's like, I don't even remember really what, but I just remember, you know, blurting that. And then everyone around me, like, you know, looked around like, ooh, thinking I was saying about teachers, like, you think, you know, fucking, you know, so-and-so's hot, don't you? And I'm like, no, what? I'm looking at this on the phone and shit, you know, blah, 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 blah. And, of course, they don't fucking buy it. And, of course, you know, me being embarrassed because I'm saying, you know, blurred out, you know, my, you know, dumbass, you know, 7th grade ass thoughts and shit. You know, so, and then this whole fucking shit spread. And literally, I think within like a day or two, she actually pulled me aside out of a class, like, I heard about these rooms, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, it's all BS. I don't even know, like, you know, why they're fucking even spreading besides to be just jerks or whatever. You know, something along those lines, you know, and then she's like, all right, you know, just want to make sure. You know, I assumed you weren't, you know, like, you know, being weird or whatever, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, you know, it's like, it's just stupid, you know, like, that's, you know, and all that shit. So it's like, she knew that I was, you know, that, you know, there wasn't anything, like, weird or whatever the fuck, but it's just like, there was, like, it was, like, some weird-ass, like, defamation shit. I was like, yo, fucking getting defamed over here. It's like, it's like, what the fuck? It's like, damn, son. I mean, honestly, man, now I'm thinking about it, there was a lot of fucking bullshit that happened in that class. Not really because of the teacher or anything else. Like, honestly, the classes that she had when I was, at least the classes that I was in that she had, oh my god, they were always, like, the worst. Like, there was one time where she literally, like, the class was just so distracted with whatever fucking nonsense they were all gobbledygookling about. And she, like, laid down the fucking hammer of the law like Judge Dredd. Like, for, like, 5 minutes. We're just like, hey! And then just, like, I think it was a textbook, just slammed it down on her desk and got everyone's attention. It's just like, oh my god, I don't even remember how she started it, but she went on, like, a 5-minute, like, stern fucking, like, dress down of the whole class and shit. And then at the end, she was like, comprende? And everyone was just like, yeah. It's like, good. Anyway. And then she kind of started getting soft after that, but everyone paid attention the rest of that day. And, like, after that, I was like, damn. I mean, I don't even remember, like, her spiel, like, entirely, but, oh my good googly moogly. I remember her going off like a queen, though. Because I mean, man, I remember the classes that I had, at least, you know, when she was, you know, teaching shit with the students, you know, in the classes that we're all in with. Oh my god, like, a good chunk of them were legitimately just horrible. Like, at least, like, 10 of them in the classes I was in and shit, in her classes were just legit, honestly, dickish. Just straight up. And one of them will fuck with me, too, a little bit. Where he actually, like, there's a way, like, honestly, can I even do it? Like, there's a way if you, like, you contort your tongue in a certain way, you can actually get, like, your saliva glands to literally, like, shoot out saliva out. Can I even do it? There's, like, a way to do it, actually. Hold on. I don't even know how. I don't even know how you do it. I'm not even kidding, but there is straight up a way to where you could actually, like, kind of shoot some saliva. Like, I want to try to figure it out, but I don't know if I can even do it. Maybe I'm just too. I don't even, fuck, I don't even know how you do it. Fuck. I know there's a way to do it. And honestly, every time I am trying to mimic what I think of how you do it, I am like getting a lot slower. So I think I am doing it right, but I think just due to this, it's probably got a lot of my muscles all lucid and shit. So I probably can't do it right now. But there's like a certain fucking way to do it. But this kid would straight up do it, and he'll like launch these like arcs at me with this shit, and fucking like, you know, try to get at me. So he could, like, you know, get a reaction out of me and fucking disrupt the class, basically. And it's just like, at a certain point, I did, and the teacher thought, you know, she was like, yeah, you know, sit outside for a second, blah, blah, blah. And eventually she came out, it's like, what's going on, blah, blah, you know, going on and shit. And I'm just like, yo, you know, he keeps, you know, doing this, and I actually showed her and was able to do it, and did it kind of in the middle of the hall. He keeps doing that, but, you know, keeps pointing that at me. And it's trying to spark reaction, and it's annoying me. And eventually, she got him aside, and, you know, and fucking, you know, pulled this other kid aside. I also remember this kid's name, too. I'll just call him Jay, because that was his first, letter. But, like, he fucking, like, you know, like, of course, you know, I'm gonna call his ass out, you know, so he did, and pulled out, you know, got pulled out inside and shit, and had, you know, by the teacher, had to apologize and all that shit, so it's like, think getting away with that shit, bitch? Now I want to try to do, like, oh, I just did it there. I don't know if you just saw that, but that's exactly what he fucking did. I just did it once there for a second. I just saw us a little bit go out that way. But, fuck, there, yeah, I mean, it's that shit. It was, oh my god, it was annoying. My classroom was right across the hall from the teacher's lounge, and this kid, Reed Clover, would just not listen to directions constantly. He was goofing off and only broke, he broke the teacher, dragged him across the hall into the lounge, and read him the riot act for like 5 minutes. As we all sat in silence, stunned, staring at each other. You could hear through the wall. He was so loud. Oh my god. Oh heck, I had audio of it because I'd bring my boombox to school and sit on my desk. Oh my god. The 6th grade teacher was most crazily triggered. Oh my god, dude. Man, I wish I could be there for that. That sounds insane. God, I wish I could be there for that. That sounds crazy. You all awake, baby? Yeah, bud. You come up here? No? Fine. Be a jerk. Prick. I didn't even notice. Venom just sent me a pic. What is this? Return of the Vampire. What is this? What the hell is this? News story about me when I was 18. Are you fucking serious? Teen fights off gunman inside Arab home. An 8-year-old. An 8-year-old at home in Arab. Buck up landed along 33 armed. Oh, their gun. That's me when I was 18. Oh, really? Oh, shit. Oh, so this actually... Oh, damn. Strange voice. Oh my god. Damn. Damn, son. Shit. Fucking wrestled his ass up and fucking got him a little bit when he tried to wrestle you down. Shit, son. Took a gun in my head, so I stabbed him 6 times. Thankfully, his gun jammed on him. What the fuck? Really? Holy shit. Yeah. Damn, dude. Wow. I mean, I'm just gonna fucking, like, just get it fat. That's incredibly serious. I mean, no, seriously. I'm not even kidding. No, seriously. That is... Damn. Man. I never knew this happened. Look at that. Dude, who is that? So I'm assuming he's like the... Let's sort of say is how Dad cracked a beer bottle on Shane's fucking head. I'm assuming this guy. What's his name? Like Shane Long, I guess? Oh, Landon Long, oh. Damn. Man, that shit's nuts. Oh my god, dude. There was this one time. I was a little baby when this happened, but... Oh man, I kind of wish my dad was awake, because he would definitely help confirm this. But there was straight up, like, a police chase of this dude who was in this house, too. And of this, like, schizophrenic kind of guy who was literally, like, being fucking chased, you know, by the cops and shit, and fucking went into, like, the backyard and got in through got into the back porch and in through the kitchen. And my mom and dad were pretty much on the opposite end of his house. I was in one of the bedrooms sleeping on the other side of the house. And basically my mom went like fucking like Army Lee fucking drill sergeant on his ass, like yelling, "Get down on the ground, spread him where I can see him," you know, this shit like that. And fucking my dad was just like, "Yo, hey, you know, like, you know, I'm gonna try to be cool, chill with you and shit." And she went immediately to go find me and shit. But apparently he thought it was being, like, I don't even remember, like, the dude thought he was being chased by, like, fucking, like, you know, I honestly don't even remember all the details. That's kind of why I wish my dad was fucking over here and shit. Yeah, extremely long driveway, or the cops are very punctual and Arab. I mean, I'm assuming if he got stabbed, he probably fell on the ground and was probably weaseling around in pain. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure he probably, if getting stabbed, you probably aren't going far. So, I mean, especially if you're, like, you know, on the ground and fucking, you know, wrestling with a guy and you stab him, you're probably getting him on his side or near his leg. So, yeah, you're probably not going far. I don't have it with me right now in here, but I mean, like, if there's a situation where I need a knife pulled, my motherfucker is about like yay long, so that shit. He was on meth and barely felt the knife. Oh my god. Yeah, that's why drugs, you know, people on drugs can legitimately pretty scary sometimes. Because you don't know what they're capable of, especially if they get injured, because they might not feel it. But thinking that dope for you, dude. I'm just gonna chug the last little bit of this too. You see the pigs at the time. They dragged him out of his car, batoned the hell out of him. Yeah, well, in the few times where they actually do their jobs, huh? I would have asked, like, hey, can I have a baton? Can I join in on that? Like, honestly, like, just been watching lately. He's been kind of around here when I do these in the afternoon. He's been kind of around here for a little bit. But yeah, I mean, he's been around. I saw him. I know he was on. I think yesterday. Yeah, bye. One up here? No. All right. I was busy nursing a broken nose when the cops showed up. Fair enough. That's understandable. I mean, for me, my adrenaline would probably be pumped up too much to give a fuck. I mean, for me, honestly. But, hey, that's why I want to get, like, some beanbag rounds and stuff. Because, hey, if someone wants to, you know, like, come up and fuck with some shit, like, I mean, I could just whip that bad boy out. I actually kind of brought it back in the garage. I have it over here right now. Yeah, baby. Oh, okay, that's telling me you want outside, huh? There were a time where police are useful and as actual police and not detectives taking it after the fact reporter cruising around trying to find a crime before the fact. I know, seriously. Like, rare time where the cops are actually useful. I actually have to go back for myself real quick, actually. Oh, thank you. Here, fuck. Let's try to pull up here real quick. Oh, oh. Oh, Jesus, my bladder just seriously gave me, like, the DEFCON 1. What the hell? Out of nowhere, too. Shit. Hold on. I'm gonna do, like, some double bass pedal fucking action right here. In the meantime. Alright, here we go. It's actually good volume. Okay. I'm gonna put these jackets on real quick. Oh, God, you look wide awake now. Alright. Let me go outside real quick. I'll be right back. Jesus! Yo! Careful! You psycho butt. Bandito. 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 I bought both a bandit. Zukov, are you sniffing bandit? Zukov, here. Sit. 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 Sit first. Sit. Sit. Zukov, sit. 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 No, sit. Sit. That a boy. Good boy. My only regrets, I wish I could have done more. Never joined her direction, his wife was saying it was because she was a busy piece of shit. Damn. So there was like other shit going on here. I'm probably missing stuff. Whoa! Zukov, be careful. You're lucky the table blocked that for you. You're lucky, bro. I was not gonna stop Bandit from doing that. You want another? You want a round? You want to actually get smacked, Zukov? I'm not gonna stop Bandit. My only regret is so. Oh, I read that right here. Actually, the police station was right down around. I don't know why you thought he had time to get away. Also, Sasha evokes images to class C's. Got chasing a robber in a black mask running away. It's not my proudest moment. Failed to survey. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, it would. That probably would for me. Doing that shit. Still go to this parole hearings to make sure he doesn't get out early because I'm finicky like that. Yeah, Tyrants didn't happen because they're safe us after she had an ass to fight. Damn. One if this works, Whoa, yeah, that does. What the fuck? Whoa! Yo! Whoa! That's one way to circumnavigate YouTube's weird moderation of chats and shit. Did I really drink a lot of it? Oh my god. I have more treats for you. Now have some fun treats. Oh my god, there's a lot of them in here. Look at that. There's a whole bunch. How many are in here? What's the count on this? How many are actually in here? $22? Whoo! Yukona's awesome, lol. Damn. Stand up, boy. Stand. Stand. Stand proper. You can do it. Being a bit. Yo! I'm the drunk one. I should be doing this, not you. Yo! You little whore. Oh, stop snooping. Oh my God. No, my peanuts. Okay, now I did that one, so that's understandable. You know what, I'm just gonna chuck these outside, because that's where they're going anyway. Oh my God, I have to pick every single one of these motherfuckers up. How many fell? Yo! You know what? They're just going in here. I'm not even gonna. Feels like infinity. Okay. You're not just angry? Nah. Wait, dude, Zukov fucking like spilled like a box of recycling that I was gonna take out after you know, all the recycling shit was done for today. Cause, you know, Thursday is the garbage day and all that. At least around over here. But as soon as I try to reorganize shit, I drop some peanuts. After I just lectured Zukov, like, I'm the drunk one, I should be dropping shit. And then I actually do that as an example to him. Oh, your baby. Yeah, I got some more for you. We're just gonna treat him out right now. Oh wait, I didn't even give him this yet. What am I doing? Here, get this. Stand up. Stand. Get over here. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. You gotta get over here. Over here. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Stand up. Good boy. Kyle says some seriously hilarious shit. I know. It's Kyle. Of course. He's a meme. And I love him for it. Yo, honestly, I honestly think, like, the Defense Forces of Ukraine should get, like, some fat-ass, like, speaker systems with, like, pre-made, like, music in it. And they should have, like, some dark synth, like, fucking, like, metal music. They should have just all sorts of shit that they could just blast the fuck out of. I mean, cause, yeah. Like, imagine Ghost Division, where the Panzer leads, born to compete and never retreats. Just has, like, just a nice good bit of irony to the, you know, to their Russian Panzer divisions and armored divisions, because they're flopping hard. As, you know, Ukrainian infantrymen, you know, make their advances forth. They should use Ben Shapiro audio to demoralize Russians. Oh my god, no, no! I mean, yes, but no. Yet thou scribe to the infant of mine Bethan. of my brethren. Damn, bro. It took me. I'm gonna have to actually like look at that, you know, because at least in my more cross-faded brain, I'm gonna have to actually like, you know, dude, you're gonna have to like, you know, send me some of that shit so I can fucking, you know, flex a little. Oh, that's it? Nice. Yo, check it. You check it. You check it, you motherfucker. I didn't even read it yet until you said it, but no, I know what you meant. You check it, you motherfucker. You go find it. You're the one who wants it. You go look for it, bitch. Oh, this is pretty cool. I'm actually gonna fucking, like, you know, use this, you know, to kind of, you know, mess around with people a little bit. Match made a poor rush to soldier, bath-faced combat, only to hear the horizon Ben Shapiro's voice. It's enough to make one contemplate suicide. Oh, man, dude, that would be horrible. I already saw a meme of snipers in World War II. You got, like, an American sniper with, like, a Springfield in 1903. Snipers of World War III. You got like an M24 that literally unironically has a Japanese like weeaboo waifu on the butt stock and the foregrip of the gun. It's like, oh my god. Unironically, some poor sad bastard died at the end of that barrel. It's like, oh no. Some poor Russian or Belarusian died at the end of the barrel of that weapon. It's like some weeaboo trash out there in Ukraine. Like, oh man, that's worse than like, you know, rubbing your ammo and gun, you know, greased up with lard and shit, you know, thinking that like, you know, it's gonna make Muslims go to hell because the Chechens are there or something. Like, honestly, it's like... By the way, there's the video of that was unironically promoted by the Ukrainian Defense Ministry and shit. It's like, yes, these hyper-religious fundamentalists, you know, are, you know, like, greasing their bullets up with, like, pig lard to damn the Muslim Chechen forces to hell by guarantee, because random mystical religious fundamentalism, that's okay, you know, so, I heard that. Yeah, it's just like, and also the special operational forces are saying that anyone who was an artilleryman who's a POW is to be like executed and shit. It's like, there's honestly definitely like some weird shit that like some of the different elements of the Ukrainian defense forces are like, you know, doing. It's like, what is this? It's like, I mean, this shouldn't be necessarily like okay. Like, what Russia's doing is fucked up, but that shouldn't be a carte blanche to be like, well, if we do some weird fucked up shit, that's okay. It's like, no. I mean, I've had some friends who are like, nah, it's okay, I don't care, you know, because, you know, they're better. It's like, huh? It's like, no, if there's like some bad going on from the other side, that shouldn't be like, you know, seen as a good thing. Like, even if it's not necessarily like, you know, a war crime thing, like, you know, putting pig lard on a bullet or some shit. It's like, that's just more stupid and probably does more to deteriorate the gun more than anything. So that's just like kind of a, you know, slap in your own face, really, and, you know, more than anything. But the execution of POW is like, that's a fucking war crime. Like, that shouldn't be like an okay thing. Just because they're like, we're artillerymen and shit. Like, it's like, that's like, I mean, No, like that shouldn't be a good thing, or just seen as like, well, it's okay. It's like no, not really. I mean, they should still be treated like people, especially if they're POWs at that point, or surrendering to be POWs. I mean, it's just like, at that point, they're no longer a threat. You don't need to treat them like that anymore at that point when they're surrendering or becoming POWs, or already are. They just shelled the nuclear plant, wouldn't mind them at least being yeah, I mean, like, when it comes down to it, that's why they, at the very least, they should be, POWs and, treated as such, because at the very least, you can have them, to a court and, be like, are you just like the thousands of others who were just lied to and shit, or were you meaning, to fucking do this shit? And honestly, fundamentally, I feel like, when it comes down to it, it's like these officers in the fucking Russian command, like we were talking about earlier, that, is fundamentally enacting this type of shit. I mean, it's just like, when it comes to these conscripts, I mean, if anything, I just feel bad for them. And, at the same time, a lot of those conscripts also happen to be, assigned to different artillery crews, too. I mean, it's like, and they don't know what they're fucking doing when they're fucking like, hey, you got a target down in this city, fire that way. It's like, I mean, when it comes to their officers and shit, fundamentally, in the Russian high command of the military, and the, echelon of the command of the military force, that's, what needs to be fucking called out. Because they're the lapdogs of fucking Putin, not these conscripts. Russian soldiers reportedly captured LGBTQ Ukrainians. Some LGBTQ plus Ukrainian. Oh my god, some bullshit popped up. Hold on, some privacy value thing. Hold on, I'm trying to fucking. Oh my god, there's like an ad that is so big in the way that it barely makes me want to. It can barely. Okay, hold on. Okay, I figured it out. Okay. Have joined military operations. Looking. Okay. The Kharkiv found our soldiers in the basement they used and took the soldiers captive. We saw war Ukrainians, but we also have been finding LGBTQ plus people, and I'm sure that the comrades in Kharkiv understood that. He added that we're confronting a terror fucking enemy. Kind of not very. I am angry. We will kill me. I mean, unfortunately, I don't think you're going to be the one to do that. But hey, I'm for your, I'm for the energy that you're feeling. I feel ya. If you have an experienced partition, you may advance or join. Oh, well, I mean, honestly, overall, it is pretty cool. I do like that. I mean, because honestly, it's just like, I mean, yeah, when you, I really do feel like also, like, some of these Russian soldiers probably feel the same, too. It's like, yeah, I don't want to, like, kill, like, some random gay Ukrainian just because they happen to be living here and I'm supposed to hypothetically be their liberator when even I was fucking lied to about this. Like, nah. Like, I just want to, like, let them live here and, like, I don't give a fuck.
Russians enlisting in the Ukrainian army.
Huh?
There's Russians enlisting in the Ukrainian army.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, like, I mean, there's been, like, so many of these different, like, Russians and shit have either been, like, straight up either surrendering or straight up, like, hey, we'll fight for you instead, and, and all this other shit. Like, I mean...
Like those guys, we'll give you a ride back to Russia. They're kind of laughing.
Yeah, well, because the thing is, like, a lot of them, like, 80% of the Russian military are straight up mandatory conscripts, and most of them are straight up, like, between 18 to 25, about, like, my age, basically. and are essentially just like random schmo blue collar motherfuckers, you know, probably trying to get like some IT tech job or whatever the fuck, and then are just lied to and forced into this type of predicament.
Military, and they're just like, what the hell?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, because there's been different, like, you know, things back and forth now where it's just, like, especially with the fog of war, it's starting to get, like, more muddier and muddier when it comes to, like, you know, the shit back and forth now. Because, like, I mean, there's definitely been a lot of fuck shit, like, when it comes to targeting residential areas, hospitals, shit like that, like, different, especially cruise missiles, which are, like, stationed on the other side of the border for the most part and shit. You know, targeting these different areas and shit.
We have to fight these people. We don't want to fight these people.
I mean, if anything...
Okay, if I just, like, quit and walk away, I'll get sent to Siberia, to a death camp.
I mean, honestly, like, a lot of them, especially when... Like, for the different Russians who were captured, a lot of them said, like, the ones who questioned about this, we were either threatened, you know, with legal repercussions or even likely to be shot. You know, so it's like, I mean, honestly, you're not even far off with that. It's just like they were either threatened to be killed or a traitor to the state or some shit, or an enemy of the state. So it's like, at best, gulag, and at worst, you're just going to be shot probably right then and there. You know, so it's just like, I mean, especially when forced in that predicament, it's like, hey, get shot by us or get shot by them over there. Take your pick. It's like, I mean, well, I guess I have a less likely chance to get shot by them over there because I have a likelihood I can try to surrender, you know? But over on our side, we can't, you know? So it's like, unless all of us at once revolt.
The other side, if we lose, I won't get stuck in the gulag.
So, well, it depends if you're captured, I guess. I mean, because if you're caught, especially as a Russian who defected, I imagine you're probably, like, honestly, I bet execution right then and there would probably be a blessing. And that's putting it lightly, honestly. Like, a defected Russian soldier fighting for the Ukrainians who gets captured by the Russian troops, if they, like, you know, get into Kharkiv or Kiev or some shit, I mean, they probably are gonna feel the fucking worst of any fucking punishment and shit, aside from, like, you know, some Ukrainian civilian or some shit. You know, like they probably, I honestly wouldn't even want to know. Knowing the fact that they definitely still got gulags and shit going on there, it's like, yeah, I wouldn't want to be a Russian defector who gets captured by the troops I defected from. No, thank you. That I'd rather legit, like, die fighting.
Troops that capture, they're just like... Okay.
I'll just say, like, I was the POW this entire time. They forced me to fight. I was his shield. I promise. Wink. It's like, yeah, we believe you.
Just like, yeah, just like, okay, go away, watch the other way, don't look back.
It's so cold outside. I saw socials of his hands in his own pockets. Would you rush it for food? Yeah, you got time for Stalin. Oh my lord. Yeah. Well, like I was saying before, like earlier in the stream, and honestly, like the last couple streams, like, I just feel like empathy for fucking humanity at this point and shit. I mean, honestly, like, I guess at least my friend Stefan's a lot more reasonable about it, but like, man, it's like, even some of my friends and shit are just like, nah. Like, you know, they're, you know, when it comes to a certain extent, it's like, when it comes to, you know, the troops and blah, 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 I don't give a fuck. It's like, I mean, if you really understand, like, the perspective of a lot of, like, what these, I mean, legit fucking boys that are, like, our age and shit who are just forced into this shit, I mean, it's like, I mean, it's, I don't know. At least for me, I just feel differently about it. Because, like, I mean, when you're fucking lied to and, you know, fucking forcing this shit, and where so many different cases of these Russian soldiers are surrendering and shit, I mean, it does leave for the fact that, like, a lot of these charges are legit, you know, come from, like, these cruise missiles and ballistic missiles are coming from across the border, and, you know, from these more special forces, like these Chechen, you know, troops that were sent in. Like, I mean, for me, there's definitely a line of stand where I draw it from, you know, and shit, especially when it comes to, like, the high command And you know, it's like, because when I hear about because there was like a Russian general, like one of their top generals that was killed near the Ukrainian front lines and shit, and it's like, when I hear that, it's like, cool, because he's just one of fucking the yes men and Putin lapdogs, you know, that are fucking, you know, part of this whole shit. So when it comes to them, I could give a fuck. When I say I have hope for man, I'm not trying to be coy, I really mean it. Yeah, I mean, I do too. I mean, because honestly, considering how much of, like, you know, even within the Russian military, they're willing to fucking, like, turn down their arms, even, like, revolt to a certain extent, even, you know, in these different deployment areas, too, like, you know, it's, at least for me right now, I do, you know, at least, you know, also have, you know, some empathy, you know, with, you know, a lot of these conscripts and shit as well. I guess maybe at least to a degree, maybe not as much as, like, you know, for the Ukrainian citizens and the Ukrainian people, because they're the ones who fundamentally have to suffer the most from this shit. But it's just like, I mean, I still do. People are gonna know, so I room for them. Yeah, and I am too. Like, I mean, you know, don't get me wrong. Like, I definitely, you know, feel the same. Because, you know, I mean, no one should be having to go through fucking, like, an imperialistic fucking, you know, invasion shit. No matter who's doing the imperialistic invasion, and no matter who's the fucking victim of it. I mean, at least, you know, that's just because I'm an anti-imperialist, anti-war, leftist, you know, through and through. Like, I'm just against that type of shit in general, and especially with Putin, he's a fucking fascistic, tyrannical motherfucker. So fuck him. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I hope the Russian people give him the Benito Mussolini tour of fucking Moscow. Sukov, would you leave Bandit alone? Get him, Bandit. Get him, boy. However it does, we'll move more to peaceful. I've learned lessons about it and peaceful move forward. Yeah. I mean, I hope so. I think a lot of different people, you know, especially the Ukrainian Russian people, you know, really do feel that way. Because, I mean, especially when it comes to, like, different things online and, you know, just the back and forth, even, like, with these POWs and some of these, you know, citizens of Ukraine as well. Like, they all, in different ways, in their own perspectives, are all kind of really saying the same thing. Like, they don't want this shit. I mean, you know, it just really seems like at this point, you know, like the U.S., the West, and NATO, Putin, especially Putin, you know, are wanting this shit. Because Putin, you know, has this whole fucking, like, pan-Slavic fucking blood and soil mentality about it. But, you know, because, you know, you also have this, like, geopolitical, imperialistic, you know, back and forth of all these different superpowers. It's like, I mean, you know, to a degree, they're also at fault. But, you know, considering the fucking advances on this type of shit, like, you got, you know, a motherfucker that, I mean, honestly, who knows what's going through his head at this point? I mean, like, you know, willing to send fucking, like, anti-war protesters, you know, in these, like, penal battalions and shit. It's like, I don't even know, I mean, that makes me even honestly feel more justified to have, you know, empathy when it comes to a lot of these, you know, troops on the ground, because some of them are legit going to be the same motherfuckers who were protesting this. I mean, it's like, and, I mean, it's like, it's going to get, I mean, it's already starting to, you know, get a little worse, but it's starting to get, like, as soon, if those type of people get deployed, especially, like, it's going to start getting bad real quick. Like, legit. Like I said, it already kind of is with, like, the nuclear power plant, you know, being attacked as well. So it's like, there's, I mean, it's a little antsy. And I don't like it. Like, honestly, the UN needs to have, like, some independent body, like, have, these Ukrainian nuclear silos, or I guess nuclear, plants, you know, be under their jurisdiction. Like Switzerland or something. Switzerland's always known as the big neutral guy. So, things will get worse before they get better, but they will get better. Well, yeah. I mean, even I say that. You know, so it's just like, I mean, I don't like what things are getting towards, but, you know, honestly, you know, at the end of the day, I'm still, you know, hopeful that more and more people, you know, do feel more on the right, you know, like, kind of have more of the right feelings about this type of shit, because honestly, it already feels like that. At least enough to offer more peace talks to Ukrainians. And yeah, and luckily there already kind of has been, to at least some extent. You know, despite, you know, not much progression of them at the moment. You know, even though there's been 2 of them already. But, you know, it's just showing that, you know, they're at least continuing on with that. And as time goes on, it's going to crack. Because as it stands now, especially, even though Kherson is, you know, one of the more major cities capturing shit, I mean, they still don't got much, you know, shit to fucking, you know, like, have as, you know, leverage, as demands. Like, oh, you got Kherson, okay. I mean, it's like Kiev still stands, bitch. Kharkiv still stands. Odessa still stands. Like, Zaporizhzhia still stands. Like, all these other major cities still stand. So, like, what leverage did they fucking have? He can maintain his military for time being. They have all the manpower resources to keep building up for but at some point it's going to fall apart. Yeah. And honestly, it's been slowly been picked at as it is. Go fast and eventually what's I stand for gonna get boys back together in North Korea. I mean, honestly, I don't even, like, it seems like for me, you know, like, China's just kind of, like, biding their time with it. They're kind of saying hush and hum about it, you know, probably smartly, because they kind of want to see how this shit plays out. I mean, because they got their own ambitions. And because the whole world is, you know, like, looking at Russia and Ukraine right now, I mean, they're not really looking at China at the moment, so they're just probably seeing how things play out, at least for a little bit, before they start kind of thinking what they do. Because at least, I mean, when it comes to their eventual potential, like, advancement into Taiwan and shit, like, they haven't actually done, like, full-on military buildup, you know, like, around, you know, for preparation of, like, a Taiwanese invasion and shit. You know, unlike, you know, Russia, you know, ever since they had Crimea and all this other shit, you know, so it's like, especially when it comes to, you know, an island, like, it's going to take a long time to do preparation and planning and all this other shit. And in order to do so, you're going to need to build up your troops, you know, and especially with satellite view, like, people are going to see that. So it's like we haven't seen that at all. So even with this going on, like, we would be like, hey, China's starting to do something over here. But they haven't. Mainly just because they're just kind of doing the whole, like, wait and see game. And honestly, probably smartly so. Because, you know, once, you know, a lot of, especially financially, both the major superpowers of, like, the US/NATO and Russia are, like, drained utterly, you know, they would, you know, see that as kind of an opportunity to probably strike at that point. So it's probably likely, like, once things settle down, however they do, that's probably when they're going to start doing some shit. I mean, that's just my prediction. I don't know when shit will settle down or have peace talks or whatever the fuck, you know, when that shit happens, you know, or, you know, once things kind of truly settle down, but whenever that does, you know, shortly after that, I feel like that's when China might actually kind of, you know, flex their muscle a little bit. But, I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. That'd just be my guess, at least. It makes sense. At least for me. Nick Fuentes supports the Azov. Well, Nick Fuentes is a literal fucking Nazi. Of course he does. Like, Nick Fuentes literally wants a Christian version of the goddamn fucking Taliban. Like, he's a little bitch boy, twinky little fuck that I can slap around a few times and show him what's for behind the gym jack. You know what I'm saying? No malarkey. You know the thing. Give him the old Scranton treatment. I guarantee you that little bitch gonna fucking, like, you know, swing and punch to fucking save a life, bro. I guarantee you he doesn't even know how to make a fucking fist. He knows how to, like, you know, but he doesn't know how to, like, have a fist, like, oh, you know. He doesn't know how to do that. I guarantee fucking to you. He can do, like, a little bitch boy slap fight shit, but he ain't got no, like, you know. You wanna waste good wiener on I ain't gonna fucking do, no. Nah, I just take him out of the gym and show him what's for, Jack. I mean, when it comes to Fuentes, like, I ain't gonna be fucking going, I'm gonna be going, First, I'll hit him with, like, you know, a slap, and while he's on the ground, I go boom from the up. And then grab that little shitty little fucking whatever that weird little muffin head it is. And go boom right on the knee. Just toss him on the ground. Just leave him simpering. Yeah, Benny stuffed into the base of the old car, Trans Am driving gloves. Give him good what's for. Yeah, and where did kids turn blonde to sun? You don't think, Jack. I feel like the hiccups are actually fitting for it. Pretty sure Nick Fuentes is gay. Of course he is! He's one of these... I mean, I've always, like, especially when it comes to Nick Fuentes, like, I always say it, but, like, he's legit, like, what I consider, you know, the whole fucking, like, F-slur at this point. Like, he's one, like, at this point, I don't think, like, you know, just some just LGBT, like, homophobic thing at this point. I just think of, like, stupid little insecure far-right little bitch boys like Nick Fuentes or, like, Steven Crowder at this point. Like, that's what I think of when I, you know... I mean, think of maggot. I'll just say it like that. Like, that's just what I fucking, you know, think now at this point. It's like, I mean, whenever I think that, I think those fucking people. Like, I don't think, you know, it's just like... It's like queer, you know? It's like, it needs to be, you know, regained and, you know, retaken as, you know, one of our words again, you know what I mean? Hey, baby, what's up? Want one of these? What's in the bag? Sweet potatoes are rich vitamin A. Lamb meal, great source of high quality proteins. Peas, a valuable source of essential nutrients. And some more potatoes, a high fiber. Up. I know you want this. It smells good. Oh, you almost got it, little bitch. What do you think of Fuentes' Dalton piss whistle? Who? Who in the fuck is... Look, you good, Zukoff? Goofball. Did you... What, can you not get your treat? What happened to it? Oh, it fell really, like, really far away. Here you go. Hey, hold on. I actually gotta go to the bathroom real quick again. My bladder's doing the DEFCON 1 again. No! Here. Zuka, put one more outside.
handsome man. You're just a handsome little thing.
You're going back to where that treat was, huh? It's up here, bro. We have a Piscon 0. Yep. A lot of levels critical. Is actually getting food? No. If you don't see me go off in the background that way, then I'm not getting anything like that. I have like wheat thins right here. I already have food next to me. See?
Yeah, no wonder the Russians don't want to fight. They're just, Putin's just like, oh, we'll spread radiation by attacking a nuclear power plant and blow it up. Chernobyl. Hello?
Yeah, I captured Chernobyl.
I think that one's been done a long time ago.
Well, Chernobyl. Well, they already occupied Chernobyl. It's like the biggest power plant in Europe. That's also in Ukraine too. That's near Zaporizhzhia. It's just south of Nikopol. It's across the river from it.
Yeah, Chernobyl's a nuclear disaster already. I don't think any amount of bombing is going to spread too much more radiation than has already been spread.
No, it could. It kind of did.
I guess you can blow up the sarcophagus that's covering it, but other than that, it's...
No, there's nuclear waste elsewhere besides that.
Yeah, it's a nuclear disaster zone.
Well, it's also still a place where electricity still gets harnessed. There's also like solar panels there, and at least up until 2020, one of the reactors were still active.
Yeah,
Eventually got decommissioned.
yeah, it's shut down, supposedly.
Well, yeah, like the actual like nuclear plant itself at this point is no longer in use, but there's still like actual like plants that are still there. Like, I'd love to violently shake the idiot who ordered a showing on a nuclear power plant. I know, dude. Seriously.
It's the world's worst nuclear disaster.
Wouldn't it be Fukushima? Because of the ocean?
Oh, that too.
Yeah, that too. Forgot about that.
Somebody's gonna get your face clawed off.
Wasn't it 3 Mile Island?
That is 3 Mile Island. They drop in the bucket compared to like Fukushima and Chernobyl. Chernobyl especially, just geez.
Yeah.
That place literally melted down.
And the stupid thing was, it was really just due to bureaucracy and incompetence.
Yeah, let's do a test to see what happens when all our fail-safes fail. Ah, meltdown. Okay.
I mean, it wasn't necessarily it, but I mean, it was due to the fact that it was like a failure in make sure that the fail-safes, were set in place properly.
Yeah, they determined
Both in costs and casualties, yeah. I mean, especially when it comes to the liquidators, like so many fucking liquidators, like had so many health consequences and shit. I mean, honestly, the liquidators are, the dudes I have like the most like respect for, especially out of all that, because it's like sent into a radiation hot zone to clean up said radiation. It's like, oh my god, bro. Same with the firefighters, like the fire brigades, because a lot of them literally never knew that they were getting fucking poisoned with radiation when they were taking it, trying to burn down the, put out the fires. Because a lot of them were starting to notice, like, hey, we're tasting a lot of like iron, and shit. Why does it taste like iron? It's like because that that's your blood breaking down because of the radiation. Thus, by proxy, your DNA breaking down. Like, it's like, and they didn't know why up until it's too late. Like, far too late. I mean, ugh. Definitely a really horrible fucking disaster. That's why I definitely have, like, you know, to some extent, legit, like, fears about, nuclear energy and shit to a certain degree. But, again, I feel like it's at least to some degree justified because of these type of things. But I know nowadays it is different, though, so it's not as much. Get him, Zukov. Get him. Get it, boy. Maul's face off. You're not doing that. Yeah, Maul's face off. Get him.
Yeah, good puppers. Okay, ow.
Good boy. Maul it good. Maul him, boy. Maul him with unadulterated love. Yeah, look at all that blood on your muzzle. Mauling him good. Disclaimer, YouTube. That is literally a joke. No one's face was literally mauled by a dog. Bandit! Zukov, don't block his way. Oh, get him, Bandit. Get him, boy. Sick him, Bandit. Good oh, damn, Bandit! Hold on my bong. Hey, he's walking by you now. Here, come here, boy. Hey, Bandit. Come here, boy. Hey, Bandit. 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 Little bandito. Zukov. Zukov. Come here, Zukov. 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 I'll get you a treat if you come here, Zukov. Yeah, Zukov. Oops. Yeah, he knew better. Oh, little punk. Salvatore Ganacci is messed up. There's the one where he tricks Granny into believing her grandson's gets in snacks.
Yeah.
Or where he's a human motorcycle hybrid? Huh? Zukov, come here, bro. Come on. You want this?
Afraid to pass the cat.
Come on. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm. Zukov.
Yeah, good poochers.
Zukov.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, that's a good banders. Yeah, you
Little chungus.
shit up the dog, are you?
Well, there's my jealous boy. My little boys. My boys. Oh my goodness. My boss. It's a bandit. Sukov.
Bonehead.
Come here. Oh. What's up, boy?
You and the loudest bone in the world.
Oh my god. Bandit took a swipe, bro. That a bandit. Flexing his dominance. Oh shit. Show him what's for, bandit. Oh, no, he's just moving on his way. Oh, wait, is this that a human motorcycle? Wait, what is... Oh, what the hell? What was that thumbnail? Boy cycle? Yo. Am I about to have an acid trip? I need to like actually like massage my eyes to try to help them adjust. So I can actually try to properly see this, because like my eyes actually could not focus on this because of how what oh my what what is going on? I don't even want to. I don't even know if I want to continue. Oh my god! Oh, we're not even fucking halfway through it. Oh no! I don't. Okay. Oh, okay. Hold on. If I take this hit, maybe I can get through it. Okay. Maybe I can get through it. I can do this. I can do it. Okay. Okay. I believe in yourself. Believe in yourself. Okay. That's a really, really good question. I don't really think what else is going on, but I really don't. Why is he shirtless? Whoa.
Leave me alone. You're not my real dad.
What is going on? What is going on? Why? really don't know what to say. We're exactly halfway through this, on the dot. I legit, unironically, don't even know what to say. I really don't. Like, oh. We've hit his low point. Yeah. Really is. You know, it gets better for him from here.
Gently. We're just a mosquito.
Father, I'm a man.
Mansicle. He... Whoa! Dude, he's got the strength of the Hulk. Just launch him to orbit. Well, he kind of got fucked up by those other dudes. What? What is going on? No, Father. I'm a man's. So a real man sickle does responsibility. Yeah. Oh my god. I don't even know, dude. What is this? What I'm honestly like at a loss for words. Like there's very rare things that can really make me truly be at a loss for words, and this is truly one of them. I don't even know. Like, what do I even say? Follow your dream. What's the message? What's the is there one? Follow your dreams. I don't know. Is there like a subreddit for this guy? Maybe there's like, you know, fucking lore enthusiasts that might be able to like psychologically analyze his brain. I don't know. Like for me, I must not be on like the enlightened like realm that he's on, like the enlightened dimensional plane that he's on. Like, I mean, so maybe there's others out there that might be able to like tap into that knowledge. They might be able to break it down for us, but that's definitely well beyond my fucking being of sentience. I look at it and I'm like, oh. You sweet handsome. This baby. This baby. Hmm? This baby. This baby. This baby. This baby. This baby. You seen the one where he's watching people punch lions and pandas? Yeah. I mean, he's like a modern day surrealist. I mean, yeah. Return to monkey. I mean, honestly, I just want to like tap into what realm he's in. Saw a meme. I know Venom would find relatable. Thinking about playing Hearts of Iron 4? Playing Hearts of Iron 4? Thinking about it, you're just like, ah, what a fun game. Playing it, you're like, oh god, oh no, oh no, oh sweet Jesus. Oh my god, her fucking face really does speak it all. That little girl's face really does truly say it all. I haven't played Hearts of Iron 4 in a while. Well, so you're the girl on the left right now, just like I am. It's just to start playing it, where every player, is no matter what, will always be that girl on the right whenever playing that game. No matter what. No matter what. I mean, this is, God, dude, this meme is true as fuck. Oh, my sweet baby rays, dude. That's such a truthful meme. Because, yeah, I'm definitely the girl on the left at the moment. That's Stars is my attention hard right now. I mean, same premise. I mean, it's made by the same game developers and shit. I mean, you know, overall, it's a similar platform, so. I feel like this meme works for that, too. Same type of feeling. Because I also still, with Stellaris, feel like the girl on the left. But when playing Stellaris, I'm the girl on the right. Like, Paradox Interactive games are pretty much that in a nutshell. Like, honestly. And her face really does, like, truly embody, like, my feelings when playing that game. Especially Hearts of Iron 4, trying to do a USSR Trotsky route. Oh my god, that is just like that, but tenfold. Because holy shit, it's hard. Like, honestly, if you want to just kick your ass just for the sake of doing it to yourself, like, trying to do that game route, the USSR, but you're actually Trotsky, and he comes back to power, and there's, like, a little mini civil war again in the USSR in, like, the fucking, like, 30s, and then, like, Germany invades you at the same time. It's like, that shit, oh my fucking god. It's a nightmare. I mean, it's doable, but oh my god, it's hard. It's like 1944, and we still haven't, like, made progress, and we're still, like, fucking fighting it out on, like, the outskirts of Stalingrad. It's like, oh my god. It's a nightmare. But hey, at least Britain fucking, you know, chews up their manpower and shit like that. Usually by that point, it's somehow, for some reason, at least, you know, for my gameplays, France actually kind of, like, survives a little bit. So it's like, somehow they're, like, kind of, you know, fighting it out still. It's like, I mean, so, you know, it's like I got like one half of the German army split between, you know, the Soviet Trotsky troops and shit. And then the other half are like British and French troops. And it's just like, oh boy. This one has a scroll helping him in this one. Wait, what? Oh. Yo, this slaps. What is this? Dude, this is one of those songs that it doesn't have the right to slap the way it does. Oh, Bordags. There's a hick trill beat that slaps that you might love. That's recent. I don't know if you heard it yet. It's a diss track. I'm actually vibing with this song. Is that a Molotov? Dude, this slaps. What the fuck? I haven't really been paying attention to the music video. I've unironically just been jamming out to this beat. Until that sandwich. She's so small! Slip into a Target? Here, hold on. Here, I'll do this. I'll do this first, so we kind of sneak it away for a second. But here we go. Little limousine. This y'all's little on some bitches, man.
7, I'ma send your ass to heaven. I'ma teach your ass a lesson. Houston, Texas, now I'm reppin', man, you Russian.
Russians we be rushing on those bitches. Russian to this man, one of toys like dishes.
5'7", I'ma send your ass to heaven. I'ma teach your ass a lesson. Houston, Texas, now I'm reppin', man, you Russian.
You should be rushing on the bitches. Russian to this man, one of your dishes. Vladimir Putin
putting dick up in your face. You should be ashamed
on this face. I go base, I like a base. Base, make it like a safe, yeah.
On my way,
let's take a face, take away.
Shoot you in your brain. I let my chain hang to the 7th ring. Phone always ring. I don't give a dang. Never late. Great, brave, Jeep, renegade, propane mistake. Put you in a grave for 38. God damn. 5'7", I'ma send your ass to heaven. I'ma teach your ass a lesson. Houston, Texas, now I'm reppin'. Man, you rushing. You should be rushing to some bitches. Rushing to some paper.
I love this. It's too good.
5'7", I'ma send
Wait until near the end.
I'ma teach your ass a lesson.
It's real good near the end.
Man, you rushing. You should be rushing to some bitches. Rushing to some paper. I'ma wash the dishes. Goddamn. Man, you look like proof from Despicable Me. I feel like a mouse when I'm chasing cheese. I saw them checks on your feet from 2003. They were fatally increased to reach the legend for threes. That's why I speak Ukrainian. Drugs and drugs going straight in my cranium. Here's all I say is on that vibranium. Coming chill, Zilla Stadium. Ooh! Oh, dude, those last lines are just too good. Oh. What's up, baby? What song is this, Lamau? It's called just Putin Diss Track. That's just literally all it's called. Putin Diss Track. Simple as. Simple as, bro. Dude, I just love the last little bit of the song, too. Where was it? Right here? You know I stay smoking on that vibrator.
Right here.
All of these drugs going straight to
right here.
Ukrainian.
Oh.
All them shacks on you.
I'm so high, I can speak Ukrainian. All these drugs going straight to my cranium. You know I say it's on a vibranium. Gun kill, gonna sell out a stadium. Ooh! I mean, that right there is just like, that shit alone is a fucking fire line. It's like, I'm so high, I'm speaking Ukrainian. You know, all these drugs going straight to my cranium. Like, that alone is just like, ooh, damn. It's like, oof. Like, that alone just makes it the hell of a beat. And the beat itself is just like, ooh. The beat itself is just like, damn. I like the little art for it too. It's just Hank Hill with like a P for the propane. But Putin looking, I don't even know what you'd call that. Just getting pissed on. Chef's kiss. Mornax, did you see the Wide Zelensky yet? I know Venom has seen it a bunch of different times, but have you seen the Wide Zelensky? Have you seen that yet? Because I know I've shared it, but I don't know if I've shared it when you were in here. I still need to share it with Stefan too, because I know he'd love it. I'm trying to make sure I share that with people, because it's just amazing. No. Yes. Okay. We're doing it. We're doing it. All right. Hold on. Hold on. Look at him. Those thick thighs, bro. I like how it's like more of a military parade style too. Going reverse. They're going in reverse. Alright, there's actually one correction about this here. Those are MiG-29s, and those are Ukrainian MiG-29s. That's the only error to this meme. The only error. Those are actually Ukrainian MiGs. There's no reason for them to retreat. I'm sure at the time when this video was uploaded, though, they probably didn't know that. His arms are so stubby. He looks so fucking silly doing that. He actually kind of looks... I love it. Oh my god. I love the very end of it too. Okay. Okay. Woo, okay. That was safe. That was safe. Didn't mean to click that Telegram thing, but luckily it was safe. It's a kid. But, okay. Oh my lord. I know. I mean, I must say, the memes that are coming out of it all are really good. I mean, it used to be White Putin, but now it's White Zelensky, dude. White Zelensky is just kind of taken over. Oh, there's a comment in here that actually made me laugh my fucking ass. He's so wide, Russian logistics are struggling to fight a route around him. It still gets me. It still kind of gets me. Oh my god. Oh man. See him playing piano with Schlong. Wait, who? Who did that? What? wait, what the fuck? Who did what now? What? Oh my god, what? This is on YouTube? Oh my god. Wow. Okay, that's awesome. Who would have thought that this guy was going to end up leading the country through their biggest war? Oh my god. I love how that's one of the top comments on that. Oh my goodness. It's kind of interesting to, like, when hearing about it, you know, like, up, you know, kind of like, you know, coming up and shit, up and coming, you know, and it's just like, so, like, it just, you know, it seems like, you know, such a different character to what he is now. Did Ukrainian translation for Paddington Bear in the anime movie. I think you knew that, right? Oh, really? I actually didn't, but that's actually pretty cool. I also showed you that MRE. Yeah, that's right. I remember sharing that Discord. Because also, I was showing out a stream earlier, and I was just like, because, oh my god, that MRE shit is, it's like a fucking feast. It's like a feast for a king. It's like, damn. It's like so much food and it's so fresh. Fresh.
Привет, Майкаликон. Ау.
Wow.
Колись було, а зараз ви собачу їжу рекламуєте.
Конечно.
Boom Wishaw voiced the beloved animated character in the English film. Oh, yeah. His co-star Hugh Bonneville tweeted video of Miss Russian video in Ukraine. Here, I'll do this for that. Huh. Oh, that was it. Okay. Well, I didn't really need to have it up there too long, I guess. But, should look at a Russian MRE to see a difference. I mean, if there was like a 2020 or 2021 version or something like that, we could. But, I mean, I guess looking at one of the expired ones, I guess. But then we wouldn't necessarily see the actual quality of it, because it would be one from then, not, you know, like, not now. So, I mean, because then it wouldn't, I mean, there's some like caveats and shit. We would, like, I would have to, like, maybe I could find one, like a 2050 one that, you know, is expired, and I can open it and try it myself. Oh, God, I don't know if that'd be good. I don't think that'd be a good idea. Man, I'd be doing what? You know, hold on. I'm actually gonna unironically look for Russian MREs. Uh, 2015 MRE. Shopping. What's this? Generate Russian. Wait, what? Hold on, letting it load. It's redirecting me to eBay. Prisoners MRE daily ration. Huh? Genuine Russian prisoners and suspects MRE. Wait, what? Oh, like a ration that you would give a prisoner? Hold on, let me see. Is that right? Oh, wait, hold on. I actually found them. I could recognize these boxes. Oh, it doesn't ship here? The fuck? Boo. Oh, I know why. Let me guess. Sellers in Russia. That makes total fucking sense. Oh, nah. Well, fuck me. Well, wow. Now I'm feeling the sanctions all of a sudden. Wait a minute. Oh, fuck me. Son of a bitch. Well, so I can't unless I can find this that isn't in Russia. Let me see. Ration IRP meal food. Okay. Nope. Oh. Okay. Fuck. Here, I'll let me figure it out here. I'm actually gonna search for this. I'm gonna see. No. If I could find the, oh wait, let's see. God, no, another one, motherfucker. So many of them are. Man, so many of them, they all say from Russian Federation. That's the problem. I can't get it from there. Fuck. Do any of these, like, say not Russian Federation? Wait. Oh my god, it's $100 fucking bucks, though. Oh my fucking god. Okay, where's it from? US? Okay, there's some in the US. Oh my god. Oh my fucking Christ, bro. Why not, like, discount these so... Oh, whoa. What's all in this? Yo, hold up. Here, we can at least kind of get an idea what's in it from this picture. So, looks like you get, like, you know, some cans. You know, some canned goods and stuff. You know, some treats and some gum, it looks like. I'm assuming that's, like, you know, some tea and some coffee and some stuff. Maybe some heat pads, it looks like, maybe? Huh. Yeah, looks like there's, yeah. Huh. Wait, what are those? Is that like a little, what are those little stick things? Is that like a little snack of some sort? A lot. It looks like a bunch of different types of tea there. Little tea packets. Little, like, apple tea or something? Well, at least that's kind of what it looks like on a general level, what's in there. The thing is, do I want to fork over $100 fucking bucks for that? Or do I want, like, a fucking quality Ukrainian MRE, though? Because actually, let me see if I can find one of those on here that isn't, whatchamacallit, like, in Ukraine at the moment, just because, obviously, they're not going to be able to ship it and shit. Oh, there's one from Hungary. Oh, I'd be spending even more. Oh, wait, that's a war. Oh my god. Okay, no. There's another Russian one, but it's from Kazakhstan. It's actually $33 bucks. That's actually not bad. I like them. Oh yeah, it's good. Yeah, but it looks like all the specific, like, Ukrainian MREs, especially like the one that whatchamacallit, you know, Steve 1989, like the one he was looking at, all those, aside from this one in Hungary, which is McBuckfuck expensive. I mean, it's like, oof. Doesn't look like it's really, doesn't look like, at least on eBay, at least. Because honestly, I want to grab one of those, like, Ukrainian MREs. Those, like, look like a feast for a king, dude. Like, I mean, that just needs to be, like, a global standard. Like, whatever this, like, these new modern, like, Ukrainian MREs they got going on and shit, that just needs to be a global standard. Like, holy shit. I'm still thoroughly impressed with just how amazing it looked. So that's like 6 days ago. Like what Russian MRE? Oh, so it comes out just one day. Oh. Price of these, it could be going up. Maybe even saved as investment. Probably not, but it's not a lot. Okay.
Video 9 is Project 3030. That's 30
Okay, this guy's definitely got a
matches in American MREs. Oh yeah, look at this. This looks like it's coffee.
Whoops.
What's up, everybody?
Ah. Yeah. Just give us the goods.
Oh, that's gonna be fun. There's no English. It feels like some sort of a drink. What is this? Some sort of a moist towelette? We may open it up and taste it anyway. Oh, nice matches. Wow, that is so much better than matches in American MREs. Oh yeah, look at this. This looks like it's coffee. Cappuccino Classic. Mahmood. Oh, apple jelly maybe? I don't know what that is. Oh, sugar. That's a big old thing of freaking sugar. Here we go. What in the world? Pate de l'air. Looks like cat food. So here's the main course. Wow, I like canned goods. What is Howard Rush?
Alright, Steve 1989 MRE is fundamentally better. I'm just gonna put that out there right now.
I know what this is. I think that's liver pudding. I'd be almost willing to bet that's liver pudding. It tastes like it. Like it has a distinct liver taste. Hey, liver is one of the most nutrient-dense meats on the planet. Actually, it is. All right. There's one down. Need to get our.
I'm not gonna lie, the look of it didn't really look great, but I mean, I guess for sheer nutritional value, I mean, hey, liver pudding. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it didn't look like the worst thing ever, but it's like I definitely wouldn't be necessarily like feeling, you know, like, oh, this is good, you know, not like that like pork tashanka though. You know what I mean? Like,
We'll get our fire in our cardboard box. No, here we go. Okay, perfect little fire tin. Watch this. Shoot, yeah. This is survival now. It looks to me like these are little fuel tabs, and this is a little stove, if I had to guess. Wait a minute. They didn't say the can opener, so I guess all Russians carry a can opener. Let me get my can opener. I wonder how juicy this is going to be.
that would probably be their knife.
I hope it doesn't make a friggin' mess everywhere. Woo!
Psst.
Smells like beef.
That's always a good smell or sign.
Something. Chicken stew. Oh, I hope it doesn't look like cat food.
I mean, it doesn't look horrible.
It don't look like the picture I did that. Alright, I would.
Wait, what? Okay, I understand redneck Cajun now too. What the fuck you just say there, boy? I'm like, what? Wait, what the fuck did he just say? Like, I'm actually serious. What? hold on. Wait, what? Ooh, wait, boy.
It don't look like the picture I did that.
Wait, hold on. Okay, we're gonna need like a real serious hardcore redneck to truly decipher that. Like, wow, that's even out of my league. And usually I can decipher some really thick redneck though, but I really can tell what. Like, I mean, but that what the fuck was what was that? Yeah, what was that? Okay, maybe I'm actually entertained by this guy after all. Oh my god, he has a puppy! I didn't even notice that. Oh, look at that little puppy.
Lick the top, but
that dog looks more interested in it than this guy, though. He's just like, okay, I don't know about this, but that dog's like, what is that? I smell good food. I want to eat that.
one like it's really.
That's not a good sign, though.
But it looks like beans and carrots and maybe some meat pieces. Alright, we're gonna heat this up. I could use the matches, but they're really cool matches. And I'm gonna say, surely this is a stove. Okay, I get it. I think these go up to keep the fuel cube in there. These might go up to hold the can. That's my best guess. Like that. Yep. Fuel cube. Boom. We're going to set off a smoke alarm in a minute. Some fuel cubes aren't very good, are they?
Is that how they're supposed to be used?
It lit. Nah.
Is it?
Nice.
Well, I guess it is.
Oh, you know what's going to happen though? When we put our can on there, it's going to starve of oxygen. Dang it. What an idiot. I didn't think that all the way through. It was a good idea though. What do we do now? We get it out. What do we put it on? Put it on the box.
Honestly, like, I see what we could do. You can actually use, like, the little, like, tablet thing, put it on top of that, and then you can put the can on top of that. You know, because then it can be like a little heat ball, you know, with the can on top sealing all that heat, thus heating up. That's how I do it.
Perfect for a fire. Bad idea. Is it hot? Oh yeah.
No shit, it's hot. What the fuck do you think? What are you doing? Grab. Okay, dude, tongs. You have to have tongs.
Bend it down or something.
What are you? Oh my god. Okay, why did he leave this in? Oh my god, just for me to freak out? Like, holy shit, bro. What are you doing? Just grab tongs.
Probably should have taken the paper wrapper off first. But it's still burning under there. Probably should have put something on that placemat. My wife's gonna kill me. It's alright.
You know shit she is when she sees this video and realizes how much you've doomboggled this.
You know that's gonna burn the bottom of that stuff so bad. Taste the cracker. Ooh, that stinks. Taste the cracker.
Wait, what did you say there? Something about a cracker? I don't even know. I'm gonna stop.
Pretty terrible. At first, it's a stale flavor. Then it's a little better.
Okay, probably because like the biscuits and the like crouton breads, you know, of the like the Ukrainian MREs, you probably put it in the food. Like, you know, you like mix it in there to let it soak up and shit. It's supposed to be like an additive to things. It's like not meant to necessarily be eaten on its own. Like, I'm noticing this. Like, a lot of these people, like, they'll always just eat those separately, but it's like, no, they're an additive. They go to things. Like, you don't eat it on its own. That's why it tastes, like, stale and, like, bleh, because it's meant to be to other... It's meant to, like... It's complements our stuff. Why, like, why don't they all do that?
That's good.
See, now they put the jam on it, now it's saying it's good. See what I mean? Like, you put things on it, then it's good. Like, you don't eat it on its own. Oh my god, that crunch. Did he, like, crunch teeth doing that, too?
Once you have the major smell of the stale cracker, it's not that bad. Stale cracker.
A stale cracker has a strong smell. Is that a good thing?
But the crackers are very, very stale. And more jelly. Baby, you want a cracker?
Why did you give your dog a stale cracker?
She barely took the cracker. You like smell it? Ooh, it's rough. There's not much food in here. What else we got? Tea, powder drink. Well, this isn't much. We're Russians. How we doing?
He's like, we're Russians. I mean, honestly, though, a little bit. Like, I'm not impressed by this. I mean, it's like, it's not like bad, but like, like, I mean, now that I've like witnessed like the like holy of holies of MREs, like honestly, like, I mean, it's like, I mean, nothing compares to it.
Well, this kind of sucks.
I mean, wow, what a way to describe this.
There's nothing else to do while that cooks.
He's just doing dishes.
Tablecloth. Placemat. It took years for my wife to get us some decent ones that didn't slide everywhere or that are actually practical. What is this? What flavor we got?
What was that little weird like side comment about you? Man? What was that about?
Probably not going to be the best flavor. Looks kind of green. Lemon limey. Oh wait, let's do this.
Why?
I'm going to say that's lemon lime. Stir here.
Like a lemon lime juice?
I do like these forks.
You know what? I mean, at least there's something good out of it. A lemon lime juice? Okay.
So
okay.
This is nice. Eco-friendly, it says on it. Those Russians, I tell you.
Hey, you know, when we're doing innovation, we gotta be eco-friendly about it. Da, comrade? We're eco-friendly, see? Look at our folks.
Alright, I'm tired of waiting on this. Let's take this, put it on our combustible napkins. Oh, that stove is hot.
Oh, why did he say that? Why are you doing that? Why would you put...
Ain't no putting that out.
Well, okay, yeah, oh my god, this guy is, like, really giving me existential crisis. Like, just leave the soup pork thing on the fucking little, like, fuel pod and just eat it as it's cooking. Like, I mean, honestly, at that point, like, why take it? Oh my god. Still going strong. We're watching this guy go through a Russian MRE. And, because honestly, I need to share a link with you about, fucking, a Ukrainian MRE, like their modern MREs, because, oh my god, they eat like goddamn kings. Like, those modern Ukrainian MREs are, like, fit for fucking kings. I'm not even kidding. Like, they're fresh, unironically, fresh food. Like, high, like, multi-complexity, like, carbs, high animal fat diets, complex, like, you know, animal proteins, if it like legitimately fresh. It's like what the? It's like, oh my god, this needs to be the standard globally for like MREs. Like holy McFucks, it's like it's fresher upon fresh. And now I'm looking at this Russian MRE and I'm like, oh my god. I bet US MREs are essentially dehydrated Walmart. Dude, I bet they fucking are. Here, hold on. Let me try to find the Ukrainian MREs, because I'm not even kidding. Oop. Because honestly, I feel like we've seen enough of this poor, sad Russian MRE. But let's just look at this bad boy. Here, we'll just skip to the lunch. Because the lunch is just like a feast upon feasts. Oh, here's the dried apricot. I mean, just look at this.
Let's try a piece. Whoa. Okay. That's pretty hard. You know.
There, we'll just kind of skip around a little bit. Here, let's just get to the main part. Oh, here we go, here we go. Look at this.
Long times.
Here, let's get him taking that out. Just look at this. Just look at this. Look at this. Watch that. Watch this. Watch this. Look at this.
Alright, the chicken and vegetables.
The chicken and vegetable stew, dude. Boom.
There's quite a bit of liquid.
Quite a bit of liquid.
Wow. The smell is incredible.
Oh.
Freshest chicken broth. And just very simple.
I mean, like, fresh chicken broth?
Often onions.
In that little bag, though? Oh, look at that. Looks like, you know, fresh out of, you know, good old, you know, the Babunia's, you know, little hot stew, like a little hot stew pot, dude. It's like a nice big old, like, you know, ladle worth, whoop, right on that tray.
It's quite the portion size.
Quite a portion size. I mean, but that looks so fresh. It's like, it looks like straight up like fresh out of like, you know, like a good old stew pot. It's like, oh my god, look at that. Oh, look at that. Look at those meats. That's fresh meats. Fresh meats. Oh my gosh. And they got like some chicken fats, you know, like some carrots, some onions, you know, like some legit, like, nutritionally, like, thick broth there. It's like, oh, it's like they're eating better than me. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, that's so, I mean, it's impressive. And then he eats that up, and then got the pea soup. Straight from Baboon's ass. But dude, oh my god, look at that pea soup. And he puts those crouton bread pieces in there, and just has like this amazingness.
Food art right there.
Yeah.
And a retort pouch. It's the kind of thing that'd take you all day to cook.
It would. And just
how the bread just softened up the way it needed to.
Oh, that looks amazing. Here's the dude.
After Nutrition 4 and after you eat the 3 things, you kind of get what you need. And then you get a bunch of sugar with it. Now, this is real food, where a soldier is not going to be crashing or having like mood swings or something, weight loss or a reduction in physical performance over a period of time in the field. They could live off these rations for an extended period of time without a major reduction in physical performance. If a soldier is fully consuming this thing throughout the day, 4,180 calories if they eat the whole thing, you know, they're not going to lose a bunch of weight, in other words.
That's good. All in all, when it comes to especially their overall nutritional value, when it comes to being on the front line.
In a lot of ways, this is one of the greatest rations ever made. In my opinion, I mean, it's no exaggeration. I mean, it's just for the food value and for what it's achieved, for those good quality retort pouches. They're thick, they got nice gussets. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, and also those old pouches that you were saying that they're made in, like, you can reuse those. Like, I mean, they're so, like, durable and thick and shit, you can straight up reuse those pouches. And you know, like use them for like gathering water, you know, making snow to boil up, you know, fresh water, you know, whatever the hell. I mean, so it's like, you know, like those modern rations, even like the big bag it comes in, those are like repurposable. Like if you got like an extra jacket that you found or something, you can kind of stuff it in there to keep it dry, you know, and kind of keep it in your pack, you know. So it's just like, just different little things like that. Like those, like, I mean, honestly, that ration itself, not just for the food value, but just for the bags alone too. I mean, they're repurposable. So it's like you can reuse those over and over again too. They're not just like some disposable box or some like paper thing you just rip apart. I mean, you know, just kind of open it from the top and you can reuse it. I mean, like if most of these damn things weren't fucking like Ukraine, and the few that were in like in Hungary weren't like over $100, I honestly would probably get one. But I'll probably still buy from one of the Ukraine shops just because, you know, that money will go into helping them out. Despite not obviously being able to get one. Because, I mean, you know, they deserve it. I mean, me wanting the rations, obviously, like, especially for them, probably the least of their concerns. Like, and I understand, I could give a fuck. Though, one of these days, I'm gonna have to try it, because holy crap. Look, if I ever, you know, if we ever do camping trips, like, because hypothetically, you know, I can see, you know, potentially by the summertime, or, you know, nearing, you know, the end of summer, those, you know, they might be able to be gettable again. eBay MREs. Well, that's the thing. I've looked. On eBay, all the sellers are either from Ukraine or Hungary. Like, and that's it. And so all the ones that are in Ukraine, obviously, can't ship them out because, well, I mean, there's a war. And the ones that are Hungary are legit like over $100 plus $30 shipping. So it's like I'd have to pay a fuckload, you know, to grab one, or just pay like $45 to $65, which would just go into basically donating to the direct seller who's in Ukraine, and they'll use that funds, you know, whatever needs possible to help themselves out and help the people out. So, I mean, there's no real like way to grab them unless I can find them elsewhere online potentially, like a military surplus shop that might have some in stock. But nonetheless, I mean, if I do happen to find one, though, I'm definitely going to grab one. Because, like, I'll grab a couple if I can. Because, like, honestly, like, if we end up doing, like I said, going camping in the summer shit, I won't even bring, you know, any food, you know, necessarily. I'll just bring that for myself, and y'all can just chip in for your own food, and I have my MREs. Like, you know, it's like, I'm okay, I got my food. Have, like, a fat feast for a king. It's just like, you know, you got your carne asadas over there. I'm just like, I got my pork tashanka and pea soup. I'm good, comrade. I mean, just chowing down. Like, I mean, I would share some, obviously. Jokes aside, I actually bring food, too, along with them. But, I mean, when it comes to just for feeding myself, I mean, I'd just be chowing down on those MREs. Because even for things like camping and stuff, you know, they're pretty, you know, like, good, and honestly just kind of a good investment. Because instead of buying a bunch of different, you know, things at, like, the grocery store, you can buy, like, you know, like an all-day ration of MREs for, like, $30 each, or $50 each, give or take, and, you know, those rations are meant to last, you know, throughout the whole day. You know, you got the breakfast, lunch, and dinner rations and shit. And especially if they're actually pretty decent quality, like, I mean, it'll actually fill you up. And those, I mean, honestly, especially if those Ukraine rations, like, goddamn. Like, yeah, I mean, that will fill you right the hell up, you know, throughout the day. Especially that lunch portion, because it's just like, you got two mains. I mean, like, two big honking portions of the mains. I mean, it's like, I mean, you don't really necessarily need snacks, we're going to get filled the hell up with that. But it's like, oh, I gotta try one of these days, because, man, it just looks amazing. I wonder what, like, the second best thing is. Maybe I could find a couple of those. Because I think he said it was like a Honduran, or maybe like another one that was like the closest comparable, but even then they're not necessarily that comparable. Just because it, like, the Ukrainian 24-hour field ration was just that good. I mean, just especially when it came to quality and freshness. And it's just like, oh, just, I'm just like, man, I gotta get me one of those someday. One of these days. Because, man, just looks so damn good. And you don't even need to fry it or cook any of it. Just get one of those little heating pads, just stuff it in a little bag, put a little water in there, and just let it do its work. No, I actually haven't fucking checked out the live UA map in a while. Speaking of. Because I know it's like, what, 1:30 in the afternoon over there or something? It's honestly not really much else aside from that. Oh, bad. Get out of here. I mean, honestly, there's not really too much, you know, aside from updates, aside from kind of the usual off and on stuff about, like, yeah, Kharkiv and Mariupol, or, you know, the typical, like, strikes and siege, you know, info that comes out from that shit, I guess. Destroyed a Russian column near Dobre Mykolaiv region. I mean, you know, again, kind of another typical thing, honestly. Yeah, it's, I guess, like, kind of typical back and forth with this type of shit. And, Russian forces pour into the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant area. Again, I mean, knowing about that. So, I mean, honestly, all in all, there isn't really necessarily too much new info with everything here. I kind of wonder what the next couple days are going to be like. I'm going to kind of make I feel like Odessa is probably going to... Zaporizhzhia and Odessa... Kryvyi Rih. That... I'm going to have to figure out how to pronounce the fuck out of that. Oh my god. Kryvyi Rih? Oh my god. I mean, I feel like that, Zaporizhzhia, Odessa, Mariupol, like, I mean, honestly, when it comes to it, like, the southern front in Ukraine shit seems like where the most Russians have progress, and at least, you know, Russian high command and shit, because there's been a lot of counteroffensives on the northern front, and, either that or just stalemates. So, I mean, honestly, all in all, there's definitely been what seems like more good information than not. And whatever the bad information is at this point just kind of the same bullshit that these motherfuckers have been kind of doing at this point. So, I mean, at this point, there hasn't been, like, any, like, absolute significant developments aside from that nuclear plant, which at this point looks like they've captured. Or, I mean, the last update says they poured into it, so, I mean, I don't know if that means it's now captured, or it's still contested, or what. As long as just the fighting stops over there, we don't need fighting near nuclear plants, thank you. So, I mean, there hasn't been too much updates around it. I mean, I imagine the citizens around Nikopol would probably know best about what's going on over there, because they are literally right across the fucking river from this place. So if there's any shit going on, I mean, I imagine we'd probably hear updates coming out from that little town. It's not really a big town, but it's like a little small minor city. Looks like it has like a tiny little river port. Like a tiny one. And a little makeshift bay. Yeah, it's like a baby little port to its northwest and 2 little bays. Well, actually like a tiny little baby one on its little southwestern side of it. What's up with this? I've never seen like the geography of this town. Oh, it's actually a pretty big town. Holy shit. Man, the river access is fucking marshy as hell. It's like a straight up island. There's a rail line to the west. And a road. There's 2 bridges from the east and the west access, and there's also one on the north. Then there's another major highway bridge that leads into the main city of Zaporizhzhia. Now, south side looks like it's a railway station and industrial areas on top of a possible river port, but I mean, considering this fucking river here, it just, that wouldn't make sense. I don't think so. So I don't think a river port, just main railway lines and stations and shit. So yeah, so there's a couple bridges here. Honestly, given a net, like depending on what happens with Zaporizhzhia, like I guarantee you they're probably going to do a lot of evacuations to civilians here and make sure they get off to the western side of the city, which is pretty much not really necessarily the city at this point. Pretty much the entire city looks like it's hugging the east bank. And once they do that, they'll probably just blow the bridges. And whoever defense forces, you know, hold out, they'll probably try to get the. Is there another bridge anywhere on the? Oh man, no, there isn't. So, well, they'll have to leave one bridge open, and it'd probably be that northern bridge. Because if they don't, then they'd be utterly cut the fuck off. Utterly. So, unless they make a last stand and just leave, you just let them, you know, on their own. But I don't think they're going to do that. They'll probably have that last bridge blown last second. They'll probably blow that last second. Probably already have charges placed and just wait, you know, until, you know, all the defense forces retreat if it ends up being too bad. Just hire Chris Christie as a consultant. He'll figure it out. I mean, I don't know. I mean, here, I don't even know I don't have it on screen yet, but I mean, yeah, but look at Zaporizhzhia. Like, honestly, the geography of this is kind of a little fucked up. I mean, you got this island here, and there you got a railway line with a little small bridge, and there's right there too, and then you got one right there, and then you got this major little freeway bridge, H08, and those are pretty much like the only bridges. Like, up here is fuck all. Like, there's not really any access up to the north. Like, at all. Until Dnipro. So, unless they have, like, you know, a major line of accessibility on that road right there. I mean, like, if they blow all those bridges, you know, as a way to try to halt advancements ahead of time, then anyone who's there to defend is on their own. So my guess is this bridge right here will probably be blown last second. Like, you know, as the final defense forces cross the bridge, they'll probably already have charges preset on there and then blow it. Once the last of the forces are out and secured and they got all they can accounted for and shit. Whoever sticks around, well, I guess start doing insurgency tactics and shit. But, yeah, I mean, Zaporizhzhia is kind of, like, I mean, it's a little fucked up for defensive, because it's, like, because, I mean, when it comes to those bridges, I mean, you kind of have, like, this little, dome here thing, which kind of at least helps for defense, but that makes it really hard for you to, like, get forces in if these bridges are blown. Which I know, obviously, logistically, to halt Russian advances are going to do that anyway. So, I don't know. I mean, Zaporizhzhia within the next couple days will very likely be a frontline city, and it's going to be really interesting. They're probably going to try to just make sure they don't even get in a fucking city like Kharkiv. Because, I mean, Kharkiv's frontline has literally been... where the fuck is it? It's over here somewhere. Oh, nope. Went too far. There it is. It's literally been like this for like a week now. Like, there hasn't been hardly any progress at all. Aside from maybe over here in the west a little bit. But no farther than this I mean, no farther than that town right there. Oktirka. But they haven't really gone farther than that over there in the west. In the east. I mean, maybe when linking up with over here. But, I mean, not much. So, I mean, I don't know. At least when it comes to Zaporizhzhia and Dnipro, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Dnipro will eventually be, but honestly, this town will be a lot easier to defend because it's on the west bank. And if they break these bridges, especially on the wide river like this, they have no choice but to go up here. But not many bridges are kind of going over in that way. And if you blow those, especially that big ass one, you know, and like you don't even really need to blow those because, I mean, how in the fuck are you gonna get there? You're hella cut off. I mean, you'd have to go all the way up here, which will take a while. Which by then, they would probably reinforce the defenses probably way up here. Like, I mean, Dnipro is actually a lot more of an easier... oh, God, here we go. But it's a lot more of an easier town to defend, actually, looking at it geographically. So I'm actually kind of wondering, would they just evacuate Zaporizhzhia entirely? Which I know already citizens are fleeing the area as it is. And then just, you know, regroup the defense forces up here and then just have the bridges entirely blown. And then just kind of, you know, reinforce Dnipro. I mean, tactically, that actually probably would be a smarter idea, because then they'll move in here thinking they're going to put up a fight, but there's like fucking nobody. It's just a ghost town. So they're like, alright, well, bridge is blown, so we'll just go up here. And by the time they get to these bridges and shit and go to these bridges, they'd be blown. And defenses will be hella reinforced up in the city. I mean, so, and how, like, I mean, especially if all those bridges blown and more you go up north in this fucking marshland shit. Like, tanks are going to just be sitting targets. I mean, so, I feel like at least on a tactical sense, Dnipro will actually be a better place to defend. So, I mean, you know, like, kind of having a mass, like, total, like, ghost town evacuation status of Zaporizhzhia would probably be the best bet, just for, you know, just for the, you know, reinforcement of defenses up north, and just for the prevention of potential human casualties and shit. Whether defense forces or civilian. And then just have, like, you know, make sure that a lot of these roads up west and shit have, like, different checkpoints by some different forces and shit. Just make sure things are safe, and eventually, once things are all said and done, just move up north and reinforce that city. I mean, at least to me, that seemed like a smart move. Because it'll make it even harder to go way up here, up to Kiev, where they're kind of relying on these pushes down here to try to move up here. Because after they get those two major cities, Zaporizhzhia and Dnipro, and Kyivri, and some of these smaller cities here and shit, like, it's just Kiev at that point. And they're having a counteroffensive up there. So it's just like, I mean, they're kind of relying on that. But I feel like Dnipro would be a really great spot for defense. Zaporizhzhia, not so much. Just very minimal access points. It's on the bank. It's on the side of the river you don't want it to be. I mean, it's not really a good defensive area. I mean, a little bit. I mean, it can definitely halt them, you know, while you try to do evacuation measures and shit like that. But it's just probably better to do that now before it really gets to a really bad point. Whoever wants to stay and fight, let them stay and, you know, tag along with the different defense forces. But, I mean, definitely don't play around with them there, I guess, you know. I mean, I don't know. At least just looking at it from the map here, it doesn't look like a very easily defendable city. I mean, it literally just looks like a little death dome. Because you just kind of getting trapped there. I mean, especially if those bridges get blown, you'd literally be, like, trapped in that little dome. That's kind of like, you know, hugging up in that river right there. So it's like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like a good spot to defend. At least just geographically. Yo, you great defense forces, hook me up. Let me give you some advice. I save lives. Because honestly, like, I'm trying to think with, like, here. Because honestly, you have it's kind of odd over here because now you have like one bank that's Russian occupied, but then you have these other villages on the other side that aren't. So they're kind of looking at like two different like fronts. Like this river is like literally like a front line now. I wonder if there's been like pocketing back and forth with each other, like, you know, taking pot shots at each other on these river banks. I'm sure it's happened. I won't be surprised if just like marksmen and snipers set up in Nikopol, you know, or at least skilled ones who are, you know, taking, you know, minor pot shots over here, or I guess more accurately probably over here. Ililinka, Marivka. So probably more accurately over there because it's the closest to this area, but yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like some marksmen on the other side of the river, you know, getting like communication from defense forces that might still be in that area and take pot shots. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at least. Hold on, how wide is that? Oh, that's multiple miles. Never mind. I mean, most it's hard to take a fucking sniper shot from a mile away, let alone multiple, so okay, maybe not. I wonder why the map does it like this. It's like, I mean, if they have a road like that, they basically have this field too. They basically have all this like if they got this, then yeah, I think by proxy they also kind of have like all that too. But okay. Sometimes the maps are a little weird like that. I mean, if they're able to patch, see, like they need to like blow those bridges too, because evidently they were able to cross them. So they better like, I mean, for Mykolaiv, they better start. Well, fuck. I mean, you can't really do that for this either. This is another town that's not really easily defendable. I mean, the only real bridge you could blow is that one. I mean, is there? Yeah, that's really the only one. Maybe that one, but there's no real reason to. Well, I guess so. If they're trying to surround it from that, yeah. Man, this is another one where it's just really not a good defensible city. Man. If the Russians are making their offensive from the west, I'd sing a totally different tune on this, but like, fuck. They're just hitting it from the worst angle possible. It's like, damn. I mean, Mariupol the same way, too. I mean, if you go over here, I mean, it's because they're like, I mean, they're a little port city. I mean, I mean, they're just cut off at this point. Like, honestly, at this point, I mean, the only, like, non-red should just basically be that. Because, I mean, at this point, they're essentially just kind of cut off. I mean, as it stands now. So I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, once this map eventually gets updated, whenever it does, I mean, it'll change. But, I mean, yeah. There's not really much to do to halt the defenses aside from, like, some of this little marshy lands here. Because it looks a little marshy and farmy a little bit. Here, too, a little. But they're not going to go for that when they got these roads. So, I mean, I guess, you know, destroy enough columns to the point where that blocks up these roads and they have to go for those marshlands. But, I don't know. Some of these cities look like they're tricky as fuck to defend. Besides Dnipro, just considering how the front lines look. I mean, Dnipro actually looks like it would straight up hold up for a while. Like, it looks like a very well defensible city. At least from how the angles of the front are going. I mean, same thing for Kiev, too, I mean, honestly. Like, they already knocked out a lot of these different bridges as it is. And they probably have, like their own equivalent of the Army Corps engineers that set up temporary bridges for them to cross, and, you know, they can able to put up and then take down and shit. You know, so they probably got those, too. So they're able to at least get their forces in when they want. But the Russians probably don't got that as much. Because they're able to retake that, so they're moving up here a little bit to try to cut them off. Because I know they're like a part of the whole massive ass long column is kind of like through here a little bit. Because I think they're trying to get to this highway so then they can just go all the way down and, you know, just basically be like a major fucking, you know, spot. Because honestly, when it comes to it, there's only one bridge that kind of stops them. But not a very big little river. But they can also use to go south down here. But, you know, I don't know. I mean, they could try to marsh it out over here. But then they'd be getting closer to the shit where they're getting bitch slapped. So it's like, they're more likely to try to push south. And again, they're also trying to rely on the 7 forces to move up north, too. Which is why I think the Dnipro would, you know, be a really good spot to, you know, bulk up some defensives. What about this town? What does this look like, even? Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Oh my sweet baby rays. Just the marshy fucking, like, wetlands all around this. Just make it fucking, like, Jesus. Honestly, even with, like, something like that, you can, like, blow the fuck out of that, make a bunch of craters, and all that water will flood in. Same with there. Like, honestly, there's ways to where you can... here's the goddamn app. Oh, did I mute myself? I didn't mean to. I'm trying to figure out what this stuff is. That's like little hammers. Is this like a mine? Are these mines? I don't know if these are mines. What are these? Like, what, I don't know. I don't know, but with all that wetlands, you can just easily like crater a lot of the roads next to all that shit and flood them. Stop demonetizing yourself. I didn't mean to. Shh. Honestly, this town looks like it'd just be hella defendable just on the virtue of all this weird wetland shit where they would have to push through. Because if they try to go up here, I mean, it's just kind of mostly flatlands and shit, and they'd be exposed. And if you go over here, again, more fucking flatlands. With a little bit of wetlands in between. This town is hella defendable, too. And also, it's really long. Like, it goes up here. Like, this town, like worms itself up here. Like, it's kind of a long, little, narrow town. So, I mean, even if they do kind of push through in this area, they still have to go for all the way up there, too. So, this is actually a pretty heavily defensible little city, looks like. And if it loads up a little more proper, so we're going to try to take that down? Probably. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, look at it. I mean, it's right there. And there's also Cooperative Nizhitsky or whatever the fuck. Oh, shit. Come on. No. Okay, here we go. But at least when it comes to it, if you go up these highways right up here, it leads directly to Kiev. So, if you think about it, depending on how bad it is up here, they might try to see if they can get some of their forces, you know, to kind of move up into here. You know, to try to get up, to have a more southern flank into Kiev, to where it could be more of a threat. That'd be my guess. I mean, at least looking at it on a bigger, broader map like this, you know, thinking a bit in the more bigger picture, in a sense. I mean, that's what I would think. At least when it just comes... I'm also at least primarily thinking defense-wise for these cities, if it does come to that. Because, you know, hypothetically, it could be. I mean, I'm not saying it would, but I know Zaporizhzhia would. Because I know they'll try to get to Dnipro as well from that. Because either way, they can use that to just go up this river, up to Kiev from there. and reinforce some of this shit too. Especially if they do it from the eastern flank. Which is probably more important to them anyway. They probably are going to try to loop around from the whole, like, eastern/northern bank of this river and just go up from there. And then when it comes to over here, they're probably just primarily thinking of Odessa in this little area. But that's just my guess. I mean, I know my guess when it came to the forward operating base in Hostomel was true when it came to up here. Because this is a little, they retook this airport as well, and it ended up being true that it was a forward operating base because there was like supply crates, trucks, and all sorts of shit. And it's like, I kind of figured, because I mean, it's easy to fly low in this little area and drop helicopters off to, you know, to have supplies dropped in and then fly back. I mean, so it made total sense. So pretty much like this little chunk of the front right here, this little like blob has actually been like reclaimed now at this point. I think next at this point on their objective is over here and moving up and trying to cut off, you know, this column that's developing. And probably try to, you know, like go through these forests and, you know, try to weed out any potential troops that might be hiding in those areas. I mean, all in all, like, these Russian advances are slower than shit. Like, I know it takes a while for Ravacious to happen, but god damn. All in all, I think, you know, there'd be a little bit more, you know, like, you know, the whole Blitzkrieg like they were claiming it was going to be. Because if anything, they literally are getting repelled. Like, especially over here. Like, this is where they're most exceptionally getting this bitch smacked. And in Kharkiv, too. Like, on the northern parts of the town. Like, it's always like a back and forth, give or take, but it's, I mean, they never make any progress to actually, like, get into the city specifically. Like, the closest you ever get is, like, the very outskirts of it. Bitch smacked. I mean, honestly. I mean, especially when these, like, so many of these Russian soldiers just don't even want to be doing this in the first place. I mean, it's pretty easy for them to, you know, to, like, do a counteroffensive and start fighting back when they're all going to mostly rout and retreat or surrender. So it's just like, honestly, it makes sense. It really does to me. Because a lot of troops up in this area are like a mixture of, like, Belarusian, Russian conscripts, you know, East Ukrainian conscripts and shit. And a lot of them don't even want to be a part of this. So it's just like, you know, a lot of them are either, like I said, probably running away, routing, or just surrendering when they when these counteroffensives happen. And obviously, there's a lot of them that are probably, you know, fighting, defending, and fighting back and shit when they see the counteroffensive. But once they really get, like, kind of upped on, like, oh, now we're up on top of you, they're more likely either running or just like, okay. I mean, I would. If some guy ran up on me with a gun like, oh, we got you now, it's like, okay, you win. My gun is now on the ground. I wish to not die, thank you. It kind of makes me wonder what type of, like, troops in the Golub are. Because if they're at least organized enough to kind of get that shit on the roll, then they must be like some of the more reservists that are probably more trained longer and probably been in there a little longer in comparison to these more fresh-faced, like, green-booted recruits and shit. At least to a certain degree. They do definitely have elite troops and special forces, Spetsnaz, and paratroopers and shit. So, they definitely, you know, got ones that don't suffer from these fucking problems. They actually do get the specialized training. But even then, they get bitch smacked. Like, I still can't, you know, believe that, like, 2 IL-76s at one of those alone could carry, like, 100 plus paratroopers. Like, I still, like, can't believe, like, both of those got shot down. Where, like, over, like, 200 some paratroopers are just, like, knocked out right then and there. It's like, ooh. Especially if that's known as, like, some of your more elite troops of your military, and then it's like that. It's like, oh, ooh. That's a sting. Oh, I'm sure Putin was pretty happy about that. I kind of want to be in the room when he heard that. Commander Putin, those IO-76 paratroopers were shot down. Did those paratroopers drop? Yet. Just takes his glasses off. It's just kind of like the Hitler meme. Just calls in, calls in his closest generals to stay. Makes everyone else leave. Just goes on like the fattest rant. Only it's in Russian instead of German. A fucking target. They seem to be expanding rapidly. Still better than nothing. Are you fucking a target, dude? Oh, gross, man. Man, make it like a. I don't even know. Not a target. Oh. I mean, yeah, it's better than nothing, but a target. Man. I thought they were going out of business. What the fuck is this? Oh, my lord. It's my guess at least they're moving into a very similar place in Beaverton. Oh, man. Let it not be so. You know what happened last time they armed? What, Germany? I'm pretty sure Germany's not going to be doing anything. Target is more like a hip version of Walmart. Doesn't that make it, like, kind of worse on a certain level? Venom. You're playing fire. You're playing with fire. They got the soccer mom Aiden crowd. that turn off from the Walmart aesthetic. There are don't own half the country's wealth, so there's that. I mean, yeah, fair enough. God damn it. Stop making it, like, excusable to have this Walmart here. Not Walmart, this Target here, damn it. Man. Son of a bitch. Hey, baby. Hey, handsome boy. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, boy. Zukov. 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 Oh my god, whatever. It's better than empty bullshit. Target's probably the only company that can afford that stingy ass landlords. Well, fair enough. I mean, honestly, that probably makes sense. Oh my god. Stop sending tracksuits to Russia. Doors over. Because Russians have nothing to wear. Man, Adidas stopped sending out their tracksuits, and now Russians no longer have anything to wear. Damn. How will they harbase in their Adidas? How shall they vodka hardbase dance to their Adidas when they have no Adidas? Plot twist where nothing libs equal owned. Well, I mean, they can handle the winter and shit. Well, I mean, I guess until they're invading a country. But, I mean, it's just like, I mean, they can handle off the winter and shit, so I don't know. I mean, they could probably actually, manage. How to be good Slav without tracksuit? To be true good Slav, you must have tracksuit, yeah? Well, we got really cold in here really quick. What the fuck? Zukov, why are you standing over there? Or sitting over there? Whatever you're doing. God, boy. Reading up on about Saga wrestling style honestly seems stupid as fuck. You think? I mean, yeah. He definitely was. I mean, especially when it came to Stalingrad, wasn't exactly the most smartest one to deal with that. Especially considering that it was like his whole pride and joy, literally named after him. And that fucking recklessly brutal. Yeah, what's funny is that, especially during the Bolshevik revolutions and shit, when Trotsky was leader of the Red Army, he was known as like the fucking brutal one, but it's just like, honestly, Stalin was pretty bad when it came to his fucking strategy and shit. I mean, honestly, especially when it came to Trotsky, there was a reason why he was like revered as like the Red Army commander at the time and shit, because he knew his shit. I mean, brutal, yeah, but not like fucking dumb fuck Stalin psycho brutal. Like, that does great purges and shit. I mean, I guess fair enough, he probably would have done his own too. But especially, you know, after the exiling and shit, he most certainly would have. To make sure that the more Stalin loyalists are, you know, dealt with. But I guess at this point, it's not really known, neither here nor there. There's a tank factory that kept production going up until Nazis marched through the gates. Yeah. Yeah, that's honestly some of the more crazier facts about Stalingrad. There were straight-up factories in Stalingrad that still kept producing, even though there was bombs being dropped on them, and fucking Germans battling in the street, literally just right outside. He purposely didn't evacuate civilians. Yeah, like, the whole idea was to basically, like, civilians in Stalingrad, you're to stand and fight and shit. Even, you know, if you're trying to flee and get out and not die, you know? It's like, I mean, it was pretty stupid shit. A lot, I mean, honestly, that's why, especially when it comes to the Eastern Front, and honestly, probably in World War II in general, outside of maybe, like, Peleliu or Okinawa or like a few other places, like, it's known as one of the most brutalist, most fucking savage, deadliest fucking battles in general in World War II. Because it is just fucking insane, you know, with just everything that was going on. I mean, honestly, on both sides and shit, frankly, like, there was just so, I mean, it was pretty much like the, like, unfiltered, like, extract of just the devolving of humanity, basically. I mean, it was, yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of crazy stories, like from like Pavlov's house, like, you know, to those different, you know, tanks and shit. It didn't even give civilians weapons. Yeah. Like, they were lucky they'd find something they probably found on the ground. Which only had a highest death toll, not because Stalin's incompetence. Pretty much, yeah, honestly. It wasn't until near the end of the war where their death counts started to actually, like, lessen. But, I mean, especially during the early stages of the war when Russia was involved, it wasn't necessarily just, like, the mass, you know, destruction that the Nazis did onto the civilian populace in the countryside and shit, but also due to, you know, Stalin's incompetence and his fucking stupid shit, too. Mainly because, like, oh, you must defend your motherlands. Do you have a gun? Well, no. Okay. Defend it anyway. You have a rock, don't you? You have a stale potato, y'all. So it's Russia. First man get guns, second man get ammo, so on. Yeah. I mean, I actually don't know how much truth there is to that, but yeah. I mean, there is a reason why there's kind of a little meme to it, though. Because it kind of emphasizes the whole point about it. Little Zooks. Look guilty. He's just playing for bone. Imagine being a guy that gets an ammo and no gun. Yeah, like, what do you do with that? Like, just, I mean, well, I get the premise. It's like the guy in front of you dies, and you pick up his gun. That's the idea. Get one off of it. Yeah. But what if you run up to the fucking, like, German lines before that even happens? For the ammo run away. You get shot. The NKVD officers would see that and shoot you. So it's just like the whole not one step back rule. Like if you're caught running or deserting, you just basically get shot. So yeah, that ain't gonna work. Oh wait, I'm not gonna smoke this yet. It's like 4:15. Oh, you know what? I'll just smoke this and another one for that. Trade ammo for a white flag and volunteer for the front lines. I mean, I guess it wasn't unheard of the Germans to take prisoners who were legit willing to fight for them. I mean, that's actually, like, I mean, funny enough, the German army, at least weirdly, the SS had different, like, foreign legion divisions. Like, they had, like, a Turkish one, a Libya one, a British one, too, funny enough. And I think they had ideas and a concept of starting a George Washington SS Legion for American defectors, but that never came to fruition. So it's like, it's kind of weird, but strangely enough, the SS like had like straight up like different groups that weren't necessarily these Aryan Germans that were under their fucking banner either. It's like, huh, it's odd, but nonetheless, it actually is true. A lot of them were mostly used as, like, garrison forces, stationed in places like in France and shit. But once, manpower started becoming a necessity, they started getting sent mostly to the Eastern Front. Where, well, they were mostly used as cannon fodder at that point. So I get assigned to a penal battalion. Yeah, if you start running off and shit, you're going to be in a penal battalion, and it's going to be a lot worse. Just like these anti-war protesters that are about to get fucking potentially sent in penal battalions into fucking Ukraine. It's like, uh-oh. It's like, who said Order 227 can happen again? No one said that. No one said that was okay. We sent penal brigades on suicide missions, die for a man or win, basically. Yeah. Whilst at the same time betrayed by him. Man, it really did get fucking cold in here. Holy shit. Like, after 4, it drops. No, go on. You're okay. I'm just checking you out because you're cute. You're a sweet boy. Now what? Now you're staring at me. Wonder what I'm doing? Countdown to 420. Yeah, got a minute? I already loaded my bowl, so I mean, it's like, it's not realizing it's fucking, work day tomorrow. I was like, oh fuck, I definitely gonna need those Z's. So this last bowl shall be a legit 420 bowl. I'm just gonna wait for it now. 620 here. Jesus Christ. You basically had an all-nighter. For instance, where you copy the stream both 420s. Again, I got work tomorrow. Oh, I'm just gonna take this quick stretch because I definitely need it. Ooh. And hey, now it's 4:20. Hey, little baby. Ready for bed? That's not bed. Is it 8:40 yet? No. No. Better go to bed, you clown. Nah. Why don't you hit the road, ya mook? I promise you, Ukraine will still be there when you wake. I haven't really, like, aside from, like, a couple times, I haven't really, like, delved too deep into it, aside from just, like, an earlier ago. But, nah, whatever. You think what you want. But anyway, well, I'll just grab myself a little bit of food before I go to bed. Have a little food coma. But in the meantime, peace out. And of course, I'll be around for that next one, so